in the street. He saw Houston as the perfect place to plant new money trees and cash in when they started to grow. And don't forget, 50's liquor hustle was making noise too. His Branson cognac was already sliding heavy through, with him personally pulling up to show off bottles. Rumors say he spotted a gold mine in the H-Town market and wanted to be hands-on with the grind. But J. Prince? Oh, he wasn't feeling it one bit. He took it as straight disrespect, like 50 was barging into his kingdom. Allegedly, the move was to try and force 50 Cent to check in, Houston style. Word is, he sent his crew to turn up the heat, hoping to make 50 drop stacks just to move around the city. But 50? Nah, he wasn't going for it. He let J. Prince know straight up that he had his own security and wasn't about to be shaken down under the guise of some check-in tradition.
We need to change the word for the youngsters. The checking in part, you know, is they seem to get hung up on that word, checking in.
Yeah.
So if we could diversify that word and bring it up to a 2021 thing.
Right. What's the word, OG? What's the word?
Maybe we may want to tell them they need to get connected.
The little homie young boy place got broke into. People went in his place, disrespected different things, and you know, I got a call about it. And the little homies that went into this place want to make that right, because they understand that, you know what I mean, young boy family is okay with me. And as you can see, homie, to make a long story short, I got your keys to your Rolls Royce, I got your keys to your McLaren, you know, all that shit that they took, and the homie, Shakur.
You got your Rolls Royce umbrellas, you got your keys, you got a bunch of other shit, so get in contact with us, bro. Get your shit.
That defiance? Oh, it only cranked up J. Prince's anger. Street started whispering that he tried to put a no-fly zone on 50, basically making it hard for him to do business in H-Town. But once again, 50 didn't blink. He stayed visible, running plays, building business moves, and even setting up projects to help the community. One of those projects was huge, a brand new $20 million film studio for his G-Unit film and television empire, right in Houston. But when the tension got too real, 50 hit the entire plan to Shreveport, Louisiana instead. And here's the twist. Despite the street drama, in 2022, just about a year after 50 touched down in Houston, the mayor still rolled out the red carpet, honoring him with a key to the city, and even declaring an official 50 Cent Day. Now that's making noise in enemy territory. The big moment went down during Houston's annual Thanksgiving Day parade, and it was nothing short of a movie. Mayor Sylvester Turner stepped up to the mic, showing nothing but love for 50 Cent, calling him one of the most impactful figures in the city. He praised 50 as a philanthropist, rapper, artist, and powerhouse businessman who's poured into countless causes, especially programs turning high school students into Young Unity program. Then came the headline moment. The mayor officially declared November 24th as 50 Cent Day, telling him he would always have a home in Houston. The crowd went wild. The energy was electric, and you could feel the city embracing him like one of their own. 50 in his accept same love right back, locking in the bond even tighter. But while 50 was soaking in the cheers, somewhere across town, J. Prince was probably grinding his teeth, watching another man get crowned king in his city. And here's the truth. It's not hard to see why.
Hey, I don't want no friends, I don't want no new relationships. All that pussy, I don't respect none of that, man. If you got something for me, man, they got plenty around me you could call. Man, nigga, it's plenty ways you could get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no publicity, none of that pussy. And I'm good on the keys, gang. Two keys come with the car anyway. Man,
Since touching down in Houston, 50's been using his money to uplift neighborhoods. fund programs, and push real community change through the G-Unit Foundation. While J. Prince's reputation kept street thug corner. Take this for example. Launched the G-Unity Business Lab, a powerhouse program designed to Houston Independent School District into real-life entrepreneurs. And he didn't stop there. He stamped his presence all over Houston's sports and entertainment scene. His Sire Spirits brand locked in big-time deals with the Houston Rockets, Astros, and Texans, putting his name right alongside the city's biggest teams. In 2022, he threw the first-ever Houston Tycoon Comedy and Music Festival, bringing major laughs and even bigger crowds. That same year, he teamed up with the Rockets to hand out 1,000 free turkeys to local families for Thanksgiving.
Dealing with older people, they're the last to know that things have changed. We not your little niggas. Like, the way you real, all that big homies, little niggas have homies. We're not little niggas, so we don't even respect big homies. I know Killer doesn't, and for me, I never respected niggas in the streets. That's why I always got the problems I got. Niggas would tell me, Mace, chill. No, chill for what? Who is this nigga? That's how I feel listening to this, man. Like, I want to respect you, but I can't. And I'm going to tell you why. Because if I got a little, like the dudes that raised me, if I was out of pocket, they wouldn't let me put them on a crash out mission. They'll say, yo, Mace, listen. Around here, we don't.
Yeah, but the thing about that is, we all raised different.
Send niggas to do nothing for us. We don't pay niggas to handle our problems. You got to put in your own work around here, Lord, man. I'm supposed to tell them. You can't go out here and talk crazy and then send me on a mission. Nah, this is where the game got messed up when young niggas started sending old niggas out. And just because this little ignorant nigga got a few dollars, he make all of you that's supposed to be real run after his mission. This is a problem, J. Prince. And I'm going to tell you like this. If you're 60 years old and you trying to be a street nigga, you failed. You failed. I'm telling you this. And I stand, my name is Mace.
Fast forward to 2023. He dropped a jaw-dropping $850,000 worth of toys to help the citywide club reach its goal of giving 100,000 toys to kids across Houston. By 2024, 50 was still making moves, helping raise $500,000 for the Houston Children's Charity and auctioning off 2 massive bottles of his Le Chemin du Roi champagne, part of a gala that smashed records by pulling in $6 million for the cause. So yeah, 50's impact, unstoppable. The city loves him for it, and the receipts prove why. Meanwhile, on the other side of the track, you've got J. Prince and his Mob Ties crew. Instead of building opportunities, his reputation is tied to running the streets and intimidating artists under the so-called protection banner. After declaring himself the self-made king of H-Town, J. Prince claimed he was protecting artists who came to the city, making sure they didn't get robbed. Sounds noble, right? Well, that's until you dig a little deeper and see it's really the front for a slick extortion hustle. J. Prince and his crew run this so-called checking-in system, where artists rolling into Houston are expected to pull up on him, pay their respects, and drop serious cash for so-called protect. But here's the kicker. It's not just a friendly handshake. That money, it's framed as insurance, so no one snatches your chains or robs you. And if it does happen, they'll get your stuff back. Except buried in the street rules is the fact that you don't actually get a choice. Skip the payment because you've got your own security, you risk getting set up, jumped, and walking away with nothing.
Nothing should have happened.
with right here, and that's the root.
Just ask NBA. He refused to check in when he hit Houston fired in a major way. While he was handling business, two goons broke into his spot, taking cash, expensive chain of his luxury rides. The thieves later hit him up demanding $30,000 to return his belongings. But YB wasn't biting. He clapped back, telling them straight that they weren't scaring him and calling them nothing more than foolish kids. Then, out of nowhere, J. Prince jumps into the mix. He tags NBA YoungBoy in an IG video claiming the robbers had already brought the stolen items to him, like he was the hero in this story. He even told YB to hit him up if he wanted his stuff back. But YB wasn't buying the act for a second. He fired back, basically telling J. Prince to shove that fake kindness where the sun don't shine. He called him out for taking the whole situation to social media instead of handling it like a real boss. I mean, imagine, a man pushing 60 still out here playing Instagram games. YB made it clear, if J. Prince had pure intentions, he would have reached out in private instead of making a spectacle just to let the whole world in on their business. To YB, this was extortion play. He knew if he walked into J. Prince's world to collect his property, the price tag would be way higher than the original $30,000 ransom. So, he stood his ground and refused to give in. And YB's not the only one calling foul on J. Prince's checking-in hustle. Cameron and Mache tore into him on their podcast It Is What It Is, clowning him for still playing petty street games at his age instead of retiring and showing the younger generation how to level up. Oh, and the whispers about those loaded dice sessions? Yeah, word is, J. Prince and his sons host high-stakes dice games for visiting rappers, and some say it's just another shady arm of his extortion operation. You've probably heard the whispers. The streets have been buzzing with rumors that J. Prince might have had a hand in Takeoff's tragic death. Why? Because the Migos star was killed during one of those infamous high-stakes dice games linked to J. Prince's circle.
People play with people intelligence the way they play with people intelligence and intellect, you know, the way they do today. You know, people are telling, you know what I mean, they actually lying to y'all for a living. But
official reports claim a fight broke out, tempers flared, and people started pulling out hammers, with one stray bullet striking Takeoff, ending his life far too soon. But here's where it gets even darker. Alleged new footage suggests things didn't happen the way the official story claimed. Word is, J. Prince was heated because Takeoff and Quavo didn't check in the way he expected. Sources claim he allegedly told his crew to teach them a lesson. Nothing deadly, just something to put Takeoff on the sidelines for a... But the night spiraled out of control, and it ended in tragedy. Whenever J. Prince is asked about it, watch his body language, shifting in his seat, dodging direct answers, never fully addressing the accusations. Hasn't died down because Takeoff is the only one whose night ended in blood after a dice. Remember Duke the jeweler? He walking away with $100,000 in winnings from one of those games. But before he could even reach his car, it turned deadly. And people say it had all the signs of a setup. He got ambushed, stripped of everything he had, and worst of all, they didn't even let him keep his life. So when you stack up 50 Cent against J. Prince, the difference is crystal clear. One's been building up Houston, the other's been accused of tearing it down. And that's exactly why these two will never be on the same level. But here's where things get messy. Rumor has it, J. Prince has been scheming to shut 50 down and run him out of H-Town for good. Before he could pull the trigger on that plan, 50's drama with Big Meech exploded. Prince, he's always rolled with Meech. Word in the street says he even sent goons to deliver a warning for 50 to back off. But if you know 50, you know he's not the type to get bullied off the block. Instead of retreating, he went full savage, allegedly gearing up to expose J. Prince's whole extortion network. Now, the talk is 50's making it his personal mission to end J. Prince's chokehold on the city. And you can bet he's going to enjoy every minute of it. So tell me, Should 50 be watching his back in Houston, or is he about to pull another genius move to checkmate J. Prince? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Smash that like button, hit subscribe, share this with your people, and I'll see you on the next one. Velvet table. Blood on the floor. Red dice rolling like they had a mind of their own. Fake smiles stretching across every face in the room. But behind all that forced laughter, something twisted was cooking. Duke the jeweler didn't stumble into chaos. He was dropped right in the middle of it. This wasn't some broke street dude trying to make a name. Duke was a certified legend in Chicago. Self-made, big money moves, iced out and respected in every room he walked into. But none of that power mattered when you're sitting in a room full of hungry wolves. And one of them already had a plan. Word on the street, this wasn't no random hit. No masked shooter. No dark alley. No screeching getaway car. Duke walked out a booze dice game with a group of grinning faces. The kind that smile while plotting your downfall. One moment they were showing love, dapping him up. The next, dropping those signals, the real kind. The kind the feds got on their radar right now. And guess who's throwing gas on the fire? 50 Cent. Reposting, dropping cryptic clues, digging up receipts. He ain't saying it direct, but he's hinting hard that this might have been a setup. Way bigger than what anyone saw coming. But here's where it gets cold. Just 2 weeks before Takeoff got taken out at a different dice game, Duke was right there, front row, at a Mob Ties game hosted by none other than J. Prince Jr. And y'all know what happens when the wrong guy starts winning too much. That room turns ice cold. Smiles fade, eyes cut sideways. Now Boosie, J. Prince Jr., and Lil Cam, all of them sitting under the spotlight. What used to sound like barbershop talk is looking more and more like a real case. So was it just bad luck, or was that table already rigged? Before Duke even touched that velvet chair, this man wasn't out here handing out diamond chains just to look flashy or ride a wave. Nah, Duke was the real deal, designing custom pieces for industry heavyweights, not just the next viral rapper. He had a name, a brand, and a duffel bag stuffed with over $1 million in straight-up ice. When he landed in Houston, it wasn't for no sightseeing tour. That was business territory. Word is, Boosie himself called Duke out personally, said he needed something custom, something special, so Duke showed up, ready to deliver, all in. But what he didn't know, that trip might have been his last ride in the game. Now let's zoom in tight on that dice table. Because this wasn't just some backroom gamble. According to leaked audio tied directly to WAC 100. Yeah, straight street-level intel. This wasn't just a dice game. It was a trap, disguised as a party. Insiders now whispering that J. Prince Jr. might be connected to a loaded dice crew. The same names keep circling. Lil Cam, Big Capri, and Wolf. A close-knit crew that runs dice games like it's some secret ceremony. Only they know how the game's really played. The dice always lean their way, unless someone figures out the pattern.
Walking to his car, some dude tried to rob him. Some dude tried to rob him. See some dudes that tried to rob me and walked off by himself, bro. I had just met dude yesterday. They try to rob dude. Dude must ain't get up.
And guess what? Duke did. Wax says Duke saw the setup, spotted the decoys, and started racking up real stacks. Hundreds turned into thousands, and he wasn't slowing down. But when you start beating a system that's rigged from the jump, the ones behind it start getting antsy. And then that energy flips real fast. Let's break down how this night went from high roller vibes to straight up chaos. J. Prince Jr. Yeah, him. Insiders say he allegedly pockets 30% of the whole pot on dice night. So when Duke started stacking win after win, that wasn't just some lucky streak. It was cutting straight into somebody's pockets. And the way Duke was moving that night, loud, bold, iced out, and unbothered. Diamonds dancing, cash flying in the air, and every second getting flexed on the gram. But then things started getting off. If you slow down the footage from that night, there's this one moment you can't ignore. Boosie lets out this subtle whistle, nothing dramatic, just soft, but it gets noticed. His nephew snaps to attention immediately, locks eyes right on Duke. Then, out of nowhere, this dude in a red hoodie reaches over and taps the nephew on the arm. Like a silent message just got passed behind the noise. From that second on, the whole room shifts. You can feel it. Duke's still up, still cracking jokes, laughing, tossing dice like he owns the place. But the vibe? Nah, it ain't the same. The smiles turn stiff. That warmth in the room? Gone. And just minutes later, the night nosedived into something dark and final. This wasn't just a gut feeling. It was body language, eye movement, energy. You walk into a room where people already made a call behind closed doors. You feel that pressure in your chest. But here's the part that really don't sit right. Why would Boosie, a millionaire, bring a guest dripping in over $1 million worth of ice into a dice game buzzing with shady tension? And not one visible security guard in sight? And Jay Prince Jr., why didn't he post up protection for someone so clearly out of town and carrying that kind of weight? Questions ain't adding up. And the silence is even louder. None of this makes sense. Let's rewind to that exact ice game. No security, no crew, no driver, just Duke, walking solo through a dimly lit Houston parking lot after spending hours in a room surrounded by stacks of cash and dripping diamonds. If that sounds off, it's because it is. But right here, this is where things go from shady to straight up disturbing. Minutes later, boom, chaos breaks out. Duke gets ambushed. But what happens next? It flips the whole story on its head. Normally, in a setup like this, the first thing gone is the jewelry, the cash, the designer drip, all of it. But not this time. Duke's body was found still iced out. Nothing snatched. Every chain, every bracelet, every diamond-studded piece still on him. So now ask yourself, he leaves behind $1 million fleck. Those exact pieces Duke was flaunting earlier at Boosie's concert, still on his body. But here's the part that'll leave your jaw on the floor. That Louis Vuitton duffel bag, the one filled with unreleased, one-of-one custom jewels. That bag vanished from the scene, nowhere in sight. But guess what? That same bag mysteriously popped up inside Boosie's home. Confirmed by Houston PD. Now, whether Duke handed it off to Boosie for safekeeping during the game, or whether it made its way there some other route, nobody's talking at all. But one thing's for sure, the bag made it back. And the mystery around how it's getting deeper by the minute. Duke didn't just disappear, and Boosie's reaction? Sketchy as hell. He hopped on a shaky IG Live from a private jet, claiming he barely even knew Duke. Said Duke just walked off like nothing happened. But that ain't sitting right with nobody. Hold up. Didn't Boosie just say Duke was about to make him a custom piece? Now he's claiming he barely knew him? So let's get this straight. You invite a man rocking over $1 million in jewelry to a private dice game, watch him throw big money, then let him stroll alone through a dark lot with no security? Come on, that story's full of holes. And Boosie's vibe on that live? It wasn't calm. It wasn't confident. He looked shook, pale, anxious, like he was dodging every unspoken question flying his way. But just when you think this whole thing couldn't get messier, it does. The feds, who were already watching Boosie for other legal issues, stepped in hard.
He must have walked outside to the parking lot. He was in the garage. We heard the in the parking lot. Must have went to his car or something. Dude was finna make a piece. So the two.
Hey.
They pulled Duke's case out of the stack and made it a federal investigation. That means no distractions, no loopholes, no shield from other charges, just a laser beam on what went down that night. So what did the feds do first? Exactly what they always do. Track that last phone ping. And guess where Duke's phone lit up? Boosie's recording studio. Now, unless Duke's phone magically grew legs and walked itself there, someone in that circle carried it. No wipe, no damage, no tricks, just powered off, manually. And next move, hit Duke's rental car. Forensics went in deep, dust, prints, the whole nine. And guess whose fingerprints came up in the system? Boosie's nephew, Boosie's cousin. The same names keep popping up, same tight circle. Then out of nowhere, a witness steps forward. Somebody who was outside the building that night, just smoking. They say they saw Duke heading to his car, alone, calm, normal. But then, Boosie's nephew appeared out of the shadows, like he'd been waiting. The witness said Duke felt it. You know when your instincts kick in? He looked like he sensed something was off, maybe even tried to brace for it. But what happened next? Didn't look like no robbery. There was no chaos. No one rushed to snatch chains. No one scrambling for bags. All that $1 million jewelry left untouched. And the Louis Vuitton bag, that was the only thing they kept. This wasn't about money. This was about power, control. And the way they moved after, like they didn't even care who saw. That ain't just sloppy, that's straight up bold. And guess who's been keeping tabs? 50 Cent. He's been dropping breadcrumbs, posting receipts, cryptic messages, straight up connecting the dots. Because in Houston, there's this unspoken warning that floats through every backdoor conversation. Make sure you check in. It ain't written down, ain't in no contract. But trust, everybody knows the code. Rappers, influencers, even pro athletes, they all play by that quiet rule. In Houston, you're expected to check in with J. Prince Jr. in that mob ties circle. You're rolling the dice with your life, play for fun. But here's where it gets real uncomfortable. What happens when the same folks you're checking in with are the ones you end up needing protection from? Let's just call it what it is. J. Prince Jr. hosted that dice game. His event, his room, his energy. That's the same exact setup Duke walked into. And let's not forget, just 2 weeks later, another tragedy went down at a dice game hosted by, you guessed it, J. Prince Jr. again. That's when this whole check-in culture stopped sounding like protection and started looking like a trap. If J. Prince Jr. really runs the city the way he claims, then why did two major names not walk out of his dice games alive? Even Wack 100 couldn't stay silent. He called it what he saw it as, straight up scam setup. Said entertainers are being drawn in, made to feel VIP, then cornered during these so-called private dice games, where the vibe flips real fast. And now the whole industry's catching on, just quietly. Labels are quietly pulling back from Houston. Bookings are getting canceled. Some artists are straight up refusing to touch the city. The whole scene, it's turning toxic, radioactive. He ain't holding his tongue for nobody. He's still posting clips, dropping cryptic captions, and connecting dots. He ain't naming names, but he's not hiding either. Some say he's crossing lines. Others say he's just the only one saying out loud what everybody else is too scared to admit. Because now, this ain't just about dice games. It's about who's really calling the shots behind the scenes. And Boosie, sources say he's spiraling. The feds ain't just circling anymore. They're closing in. They peeled Duke's case away from Boosie's older gun charges. And now they're zoomed in tight on that one night. The night everything spun out of control. And the feds, they've already started digging deep. Real deep. His mansions, his money, even his son's digital trail. Feds are tracking everything. But here's the wildest part. The noise might be coming from inside Boosie's own camp. Word on the street. His own girlfriend allegedly told somebody that Boosie ran back inside that night looking shook. Something. But out in public, he's still acting clueless. Like he don't know nothing. He's out here repeating the same exact lines like a broken record. And the streets, they're not buying none of it. Now the real question's getting loud. If Boosie goes down, who's he taking with him? Because Boosie don't move solo. His nephew's name is already in the mix. his cousin too. And now, he's tied up with J. Prince Jr., who's already sitting under a blinding spotlight after the Takeoff tragedy. This whole web is tightening, and every string seems to lead right back to that dice table.
Entertainer invites him in, act like he's covering for him, hanging out, everything is cool. Let's go here, let's go there, let's go here, let's go there. He introduces the dice game. He got 3 mothers, right, who rotate the dice. Now, these dice is loaded. Tell me it's a Big Caprice, and watch this, and Little Cam are the loaded dice rotators, right? He said, what? There was a situation that occurred that a certain jeweler frowned and got past the dice on accident and was hitting on them for a couple hundred. They got irritated about that. I ain't gonna go too far into that story because, right, boom. The only way they could get their money back was have money back. He said, but Lil Cam Wolf and Big Caprice are the 3 designated to say I'm up, I got the next, and they pass the dice to each other, but they loaded, but they shooting.
And just when you think it couldn't get any messier, boom, it does. Finesse 2 times, the same rapper Mob Ties used to push heavy, is now distancing himself, fast. He used to shout out J. Prince Jr. in every interview, like clockwork. Now, he barely mentions the man's name. That ain't just silence. That's a message. And guess where it all allegedly started? A woman, but not just any woman. Finesse's baby mama. Word is she and her mother lined him up and got him tossed back in for a probation violation. Ever since that moment, Finesse cut ties with Mob Ties completely. No more shows, no more chilling backstage, just silence and straight up shade. And guess who stepped in to pull strings behind the curtain? J. Prince Sr. himself. Quiet phone calls were made, and just like that, Finesse 2 times was back on the streets in less than 2 weeks. But instead of showing gratitude or moving careful around the man who made that freedom happen, Finesse ran right back to the same woman who allegedly got him locked up in the first place. That's when J. Prince Sr. finally had enough. He let it all out on Twitter. No filter, no fluff. Posted loud and clear. I told the homie to stay the F away from that woman if he cares about his life. But he didn't want to listen, even after I stepped in to get him out. Then he dropped the real message. Y'all better stop thinking these women are always out here with good intentions. Boom. The internet exploded. But right when folks were catching their breath from that bombshell, things got way messier. The streets started whispering something wild. Rumors started spreading like wildfire, saying J. Prince Jr. might have been involved with Finesse's girl. And not just talking, people were saying she might even be pregnant. Is it confirmed? Nope. But the fact that people believe it, and the fact that Finesse ain't said one single word to deny it, that speaks loud, real loud. And now, that whole situation's looking less like a love triangle, and more like a setup gone personal. Some fans brushed it off like it was just gossip, but others, they're starting to see a pattern. J. Prince Jr. allegedly clashing with Takeoff's family, silent tension bubbling with Boosie, and now Finesse 2 times pulling away and breaking ties in public. One by one, every bridge connected to Mob Ties is getting burned down, slow and steady. And here's the part that's got people nervous. When you build your whole rep on loyalty, control, and silence, it only takes one person to break that code. Just one artist, one witness, one friend who's finally fed up. And boom, that whole empire starts cracking. It's already showing signs it ain't untouchable anymore. So now the million-dollar question is, who's gonna crack first? Is it gonna be Boosie? Will he finally come clean to save his own neck? Will Finesse 2 times drop the real story he's been holding in for months? Or will 50 Cent keep applying that pressure till J. Prince Jr. does the unthinkable, breaking the silence just to save his name? Because make no mistake, the collapse, it's already started. And those whispers, they're turning into loud knocks at the door from people you can't ignore. Behind closed doors, the heat is on. Federal agents aren't just looking, they're watching everything. They're combing through Boosie's entire estate game, from his Baton Rouge mansion to every patch of land he owns in Georgia. Every dollar's getting tracked, every move, every transaction. This ain't just an investigation anymore. This is surveillance, full court press. And don't get it twisted, this ain't just about Boosie. J. Prince Jr.'s name is all up in the mix too. The music game, it's reacting fast. Artists are stepping back. Labels are quietly pulling deals. That's shifting hard. This ain't just regular rap drama anymore. It's starting to feel like a full-blown collapse. And the wildest part? There's allegedly footage out there. Surveillance, phone cam clips, something that shows what really went down the night Duke was taken out. And if even one person leaks that clip, whether it hits TMZ or lands straight in the Fed's hands, that's checkmate. And there's no undoing it after that. So if you're caught up in this web, better hope that tape never surfaces. Smash that like, subscribe, and don't forget to share this with someone who needs to hear it. Stay tapped in, because we're not done yet. See you on the next one.
You know, Quavo, Takeoff, they was down here with y'all. But they seen you walking on the ground. You got Mike bending down, and they seen you walking by. What took place there?
This the crazy thing about that video, right? Is
this isn't no casual rap beef. This is a straight up war exploding out the shadows right now. Mase just lit the match by dropping a leaked private call between J. Prince and Takeoff, and the streets were not ready for that bombshell. Prince instantly snapped. Meltdown, threats, damage control, scrambling to keep his empire clean. But the wild part is, Mase ain't fold. He clapped back loud, saying what a whole lot of people been whispering, but never dared to say out loud. And it's all unraveling while fans are still screaming for the truth. Takeoff lost his life. Houston still looking shady, missing footage, silenced witnesses, and the same two names spinning back again and again, J. Prince, DJ Pat. Now with this private call hitting the air, everything just flipped upside down. Here's the kicker. If what Mase laid out is facts, then Prince ain't just sloppy with PR. He might be hiding something way darker. And before this is over, we're bringing receipts, witness tweets, shaky video clips, podcast threats, even whispers about bail money moving under the table. Social media is dragging Prince, calling him a fake community leader, a cartel-style fixer, and accusing him of having blood on his hands. The streets are buzzing heavy, and you can feel the panic in the air now that the wrong person is finally talking. This ain't no average YouTube recap. This story cuts deep into Takeoff's last moments, the mob ties shadow, and why J. Prince is shaking now that his secrets are slipping out. So check this. Mase had been chilling for months, keeping it low-key, but once J. Prince started sliding those slick subliminals on $1 million worth of van, the gloves came flying off. Mase and Cameron had been quiet about Houston for a long time, but Prince clearly crossed a line that couldn't be ignored. According to Mase, he caught wind of a private call where Prince was allegedly on the phone with Takeoff just hours before his death. And what he said on that call, chilling. Mase claimed Prince was pressing Takeoff hard about some loyalty drama going on behind the scenes, and it wasn't no friendly big bro talk either. This wasn't about respect. It sounded more like control. Mase basically painted the picture of Prince pulling strings, trying to dictate the narrative, and once Takeoff stopped playing along, things got ugly fast. And here's the detail that has everybody's jaw dropping. The timing. That alleged call, it supposedly went down the very same night Takeoff was shot outside that Houston bowling alley. A dice game turned argument, gunfire, and suddenly Takeoff was gone at just 28. And when Mase put that story out there, Prince flipped. He hit social media throwing veiled threats, puffing his chest, and even doubling down on those shady comments where he tried to drag Offset for not being around for Takeoff. Remember this, you wasn't really there with Takeoff when he was alive. You wasn't really standing right next to him when it mattered.
Tell you like this, if you're 60 years old and you trying to be a street you failed. You failed. You failed. You failed. I'm telling you this.
That's the shot Prince fired. And it lit the fuse for the Offset Cardi B even jumped in swinging, riding for her man, making it clear she wasn't going to let Prince play that game unchecked. But now with Mase exposing this so-called private call, Prince is back scrambling, trying to play cleanup, but it's way too late. The streets been whispering for months, and now they're flat out tired of the silence. One fan on X nailed it, posting, "Nobody respects J. Prince after Takeoff died on his watch." That's where the real suspicion started bubbling against Mob Ties. Takeoff's murder shook the culture, and while the city was still reeling, Patrick Xavier Clark, better known as DJ Pat, got arrested. But here's the head scratcher. Dude posted a $1 million bond and walked out like it was nothing. Like someone with real muscle was making sure he didn't stay locked up too long. And the rumors only made it messier. Claims that J. Prince literally walked right past Takeoff's body without a glance. Then came the bombshell detail. J. Prince Jr. allegedly requested his own name be removed from DJ Pat's bond paperwork. If that ain't a giant red flag, what is? They were all in the same circle that night, so why work so hard to cut ties unless there's something you don't want traced back? Now, the spotlight is burning, and it's not just on DJ Pat anymore. Mob Ties machine. Remember Joshua Cameron, aka Lil Cam Fifth? He got scooped up on unlawful weapon charges right after Takeoff was murdered, and his name is tied straight to Mob Ties. Funny how dudes connected to J. Prince Jr. keep ending up smack in the middle of body bags, yet Mob Ties keeps playing the victim card. The streets ain't falling for that act anymore, because let's keep it real. Before Takeoff, there was already a warning sign. Duke the jeweler flew into Houston, checked in with Mob Ties, hit a dice game, and ended up dead. Same formula, same silence, same whispers floating J. Prince's name in the background. And don't forget that clip where J. Prince told his shotgun man to fall back. That didn't look random. That looked coordinated. It's starting to feel like a pattern. Invite big money artists to Houston, force a check-in with Mob Ties, set up a dice game, let an argument pop off, security looking lost, and then boom, someone doesn't make it out alive. And after the smoke clears, Prince pops out with some fake deep speech about black-on-black violence and grief being the price of love. Man, spare us the PR speeches. Where were y'all when the blood was still fresh on the pavement? And here's the part that cuts the deepest. Their faces at Takeoff's funeral. Not one. That ain't just as calculated. Some people say it's their hands and didn't dare face the family. Meanwhile, J. Prince Jr. stays tweeting cryptic junk like, "Don't wear jewelry around vultures." But if you knew the setting wasn't safe, why even bring your so-called guests into that trap in the first place? Why didn't you warn Quavo and was already hot? If this system can't keep artists alive, then what's it even worth? Reports say Quavo was arguing with J. Prince Jr. right before the shots rang out, and now new clips show Prince brushing it off like his name ain't connected. Like Takeoff was interrogation. He hit him live and direct saying, "We not yours," delivered it. He was speaking for every rapper and street figure who's felt controlled by the check-in system Prince has been running for years. What made it even crazier was Cam'ron's role. Cam usually plays it cautious, careful with his words. But this time, he didn't stop Mase, didn't disagree, didn't soften the blow. He just let Mase cook. That silence spoke volume. Now fans are convinced Mase had that leaked call tucked away the whole time, just waiting for Prince to slip up and expose himself. And when he finally did, Mase dropped the hammer without hesitation, and the streets heard it loud and clear, while all this drama was bubbling, watching from the sidelines. But the second J. Prince tried to drag his name, hinting he wasn't really there for Takeoff, Offset snapped. And right behind him came Cardi B, loud and fearless, making it crystal clear they ain't scared of Mob Ties. And we all know Cardi don't bluff. That's when the whole game shifted. Fans realized this wasn't just music politics anymore. J. Prince wasn't just dealing with rappers. He just got publicly checked by one of the biggest celebrity power couples in the world. And now his street cred? It's under a microscope and crumbling in real time. Here's where it gets even more. Big names are quietly backing away from Prince. First up, Drake. That man used to be locked in with mob ties, always shouting them out. But since Takeoff's death, silence. No reposts, no mentions, nothing. And that's crazy considering Jazz Prince is the one who first plugged Drake into Wayne and Young Money. Yet now, Drake's ghosting J. Prince Jr. like the bond never existed. And it ain't just Drake. Word is, Jay-Z himself hasn't answered any of Mob Ty's so-called peace calls since 2023. And y'all know Hov's style. He don't argue online, he just cuts you off and keeps it moving. Why? Because these billion-dollar moguls aren't risking their empires by standing next to someone drowning in controversy and possibly federal heat after Takeoff's murder. Now with Maze dropping bombs about behind-the-scenes convos, the curtain's pulled back. There's no more hiding for J. Prince. The silence of his old allies says it all. The silence ain't cutting it no more. The whole reason Mob Ties even held weight was because of that check-in tradition. Step into Houston, you link with J. Prince Jr., and supposedly you're safe. But now that system's falling apart right in front of us. Schuler checked in, ended up dead. Takeoff checked in, gone. And fans are roasting it online, tweeting, "This is why nobody checks in anymore." The dudes demanding respect can't even protect their guests. Even Cali rappers have started calling it out, saying this whole check-in hustle is just a trap to stroke local egos. Gatekeepers trying to look bigger than they really are. And once Mace finally said what everybody's been whispering, that Prince is nothing more than a failed street boss pretending to be a mob boss, the internet couldn't unsee it. Now here's where it gets real sketchy. What happened to the witnesses? The night Takeoff was killed, there were 40-plus people outside 810 Billiards and Bowling. We've seen the crowd in clips, we've heard the chaos in the background. So why haven't more people? Because word is, some of them got straight up threatened. People online are pointing fingers at Mob Ties, accusing them of paying folks off, scrubbing footage, and making sure DJ Pat carried the weight alone. And one of the craziest theories making waves? That argument wasn't even about Takeoff. It was between J. Prince Jr. and Quavo. Takeoff wasn't supposed to be part of it, but he still got hit, which got the streets buzzing. Was this a tragic accident, or was it a warning shot that went completely wrong? Now, here's where things go from messy to downright explosive. Word around Maze and Cam's circle is that there's a private call between J. Prince and Takeoff was actually recorded. Maybe it was by accident. Maybe one of the parties hit record on purpose. But either way, the whispers say that audio exists. And even crazier, folks claim Cam and Maze been holding it in the stash, ready to drop it if Prince tries to pull something shady. If that tape ever leaks, it could blow the whole case wide open. Because that call could show Prince really said to Takeoff. Did he threaten him? Did he try to press him into something he didn't want to do? Remember, this ain't no random rumor coming from nobodies. This is Mace. The same man who walked away from Diddy, fought the entire industry, and came back swinging with vengeance. If Mace has that kind of evidence and it hits the internet, Prince's image is done. No more respected OG, no more community leader. That's the kind of scandal that turns into an indictment. And don't get it twisted. The feds already got their eyes open. This isn't just rap fans digging through YouTube clips anymore. Every time Prince or his sons hop online talking slick, there's a federal agent watching and listening. And with Maze stirring the pot, those ears are perked up even more. RICO laws don't care if you're a hip-hop legend. They care about alleged threats, alleged witness tampering, organized crime patterns. And now, when Offset, Cameron, Mace, and a whole fan base are shouting that Prince got blood on his hands, the labels can't shield him, the city can't shield him, and all those check-in rules mean nothing if your name lands on federal paperwork. But through all this chaos, we can't forget the heart of it. Takeoff. A peaceful soul, the quiet genius of Migos, who never chased drama, never needed clout, just music, family, and vibes. and the fact that his life ended over a dice game, surrounded by people who claimed they loved him, that's the deepest tragedy of them all. Prince tried to play it smooth on Instagram, dropping that line, "Grief is the price of love." But the streets weren't buying it. Nobody wants poetic captions when blood spilled under your watch and you walked away like nothing happened. The people ain't asking for tweets, PR statements, or cryptic podcast quotes. They want real answers, straight up. And that's exactly why Mace's move hit so hard. He didn't just clap back. He cracked the armor wide open. He showed the world that the fear surrounding J. Prince ain't untouchable anymore. Real ones are speaking out, loud and unshaken, and it's making the so-called mob boss look vulnerable for the first time in decades. Now the walls are closing in, from whispers of a leaked call, to the feds tuning in, to artists disappearing. The whole empire looks shaky. Mace sparked a chain reaction, and now all eyes are locked in, waiting to see if J. Prince can survive the storm. Prince snapped, Mace clapped back, and now the whole world's watching. Now here's the wildest part. Every time Prince tries to silence the noise, it just gets louder. New clips keep surfacing, and fans are piecing the puzzle together in real time. You got people online claiming certain bloggers were pressured to delete footage, others saying they were warned not to post certain angles from that night. And yet, the questions won't die. How did DJ Pat walk free on $1 million bond so quick? Why did witnesses vanish when over 40 people were right there? And why is it that every time Prince speaks like wisdom and more like damage control? Meanwhile, Mace and Cameron keep adding fuel, hinting they got more than just one call tucked away. If they really sitting on proof, that ain't just bad press, that's career-ending evidence. The kind that can shift Prince from a street figure to a courtroom defendant overnight. This ain't just about protecting an image anymore, it's about survival. And the cracks in Mob Ty's armor are starting to look like open wounds. At this point, the empire Prince built off respect and fear is shaking like never before. The same check-in system that once gave Mob Ty's control now feels like a setup, a trap, and artists are bailing out quick. What used to be seen as protection is now being called extortion. And the streets don't forgive that flip. Behind the curtain, insiders whisper that the feds have been quietly stacking everything: interviews, shady clips, even social media threats, building a slow, careful case. RICO charges don't fall overnight. They gather weight until the hammer drops, and when it does, it's heavy. And here's the twist. If that leaked call Maze is holding ever surfaces, that's not just drama for the blogs, that's potential evidence. Suddenly, all those cryptic captions, fake deep speeches, and online denials get replayed in a courtroom instead of Instagram. The respect, the fear, the aura, it's slipping fast. What's left is a man scrambling to hold his name while the world, the streets, and maybe even the law are circling tighter every single day. So if you've been watching this unfold and want every new piece of truth the second it drops, hit that like, smash that subscribe, share this video, and I'll see you on the next one.
I know people were associating me with that Duke the Jeweler situation because I went to Labusi pool party and he happened to be there and he happened to be standing on me.
Everybody in Texas know what the play is. If you rapping, you celebrity, if you like the strip club, you like to do this, you check in with them, they bringing them bad dice on you. Why you think they Duke the Jeweler, they really couldn't get him? That's why they had, come on, homie.
Boosie just shook the entire rap world to its core, signing off on a federal plea deal that's got whispers flying through every block. Word on the street says this move might drag J. Prince and his notorious dice crew straight into the Fed's spotlight. And that's no small thing. This ain't just some basic gun charge anymore. No, what's bubbling could blow open a full-on underground dice racket that's been bleeding rappers dry for years. And here's the real shocker. The same federal agents who've been quietly tracking the murder of Duke the Jeweler and those shady dice games before his tragic death are back on the scene. They're not just looking at names, they're digging into every single person connected to those nights. And yes, Boosie's name is now stamped right in the middle. With Boosie making a deal with the government, the streets are buzzing with one burning question. Did he just secure his own safety, or is he about to drop names that could collapse one of the most feared circles in hip-hop? If even half these rumors are on point, J. Prince, the man accused for years of controlling Houston's check-in culture, could finally be staring down federal fire you can't charm your way out of. And the timing? Suspicious as ever. People are already connecting dots, asking if Boosie just served mob ties up on a silver platter. All this heat comes back to one deadly night, that dice game where Duke lost his life. And if you've been around Houston long enough, you already know the whispers, those so-called friendly dice games that somehow always leave the house grinning while everybody else bleeds. Dice games been stitched into Houston's underground for decades, but the ones tied to J. Prince Jr., that's a whole different beast. These aren't some casual backroom hustles with a few bucks on the floor. Nah, these are high-stakes events, invite only, with stacks of cash sitting heavy on the table, and a check-in rule that makes sure the house knows exactly who's breathing in that room. But the streets say there's always a dangerous catch to these so-called games. Mob ties run it like a playbook, bring in rappers, ballers, and high rollers into a private setup, pour the drinks, flash the money, and then let the dice work their magic. Even Charleston White couldn't help but point out the whispers, though only a few dare to speak on it. From what's been laid out, the operation is cold, calculated, and tight like a machine. 3 dudes rotate. One rolls, one holds, one swaps, and here's the kicker. Those dice ain't clean out the box. They're prepped, weighted, shaved, tweaked, engineered to make the odds lean exactly where they want. The formula's simple. The house always wins. J. Prince Jr. reportedly takes around 30% off the top, and everyone else walks out lighter in the pocket. But everything flipped the night Duke the jeweler stepped in. He wasn't some rookie rolling for thrills. He knew the game too well, and that's when the whole setup started spiraling. Duke had just stepped out of a Boosie concert, dripped in millions worth of ice, and carrying the kind of confidence that turns heads. But here's the twist. Somehow, Duke got his hands on dice that weren't meant for him, and the game flipped. Suddenly, he starts hitting. First a few grand, then tens of thousands, until he's sitting on nearly $100,000 in winnings. And the footage don't lie. You can literally see the shift. Smiles vanish, whispers creep in, and that laid-back vibe turns stone cold. Because in a game built for you to lose, someone winning that big ain't luck. It's war. Minutes later, Duke's walking toward his car. No crew, no security, just him. Then, gunshots, chaos. And in an instant, Duke's gone. Jewelry untouched, cash untouched. Which makes one thing crystal clear. This wasn't a robbery. This was a message. That night, Duke didn't just beat the dice. He broke the system's control, and the streets knew it. And Duke wasn't some random gambler who got too lucky. He was a heavyweight in his own right, a respected jeweler out of Chicago with a client list most rappers would beg to have. His custom pieces ran in the millions. His work had the whole industry buzzing, and his charm made him a staple at hip-hop's biggest events. So when Boosie invited him to Houston, Duke thought it was all business, strictly networking. But the ambush in that parking lot told another story. The feds took one hard look and noticed the same detail everyone else missed. Every single piece of Duke's jewelry was still on him. Even that Louis Vuitton bag stuffed with over $1 million in custom work never left his side. That's no robbery. That's execution. That Louis Vuitton bag, the one stuffed with over $1 million in custom jewelry, didn't vanish into thin air. It surfaced right inside Boosie's house. Now, Boosie's story is that Duke personally asked him to hold on to it during the game, and after the shooting, it just ended up staying in his possession. But come on, nothing about that sounds simple. Duke's phone went dark right after pinging near Boosie's recording studio, and federal investigators claim they've got surveillance footage, text threads, and even witnesses putting Boosie's circle right at the center of Duke's final hours. The feds are drilling in even deeper, with eyes on Boosie's nephew as the possible trigger man. And instead of folding this into Boosie's 2023 gun case, prosecutors pulled Duke's death into its own separate federal murder probe. That means it's not a side note, it's the main event, getting undivided attention from investigators who don't miss a thing. The Louis Vuitton bag, ain't just luggage. It might be the smoking gun that dragged Boosie's name into official federal files. This is where things start to look downright dangerous for him. Because here's the play. Prosecutors didn't split Duke's case by accident. That's a textbook pressure move. When the feds isolate a case, it's because they want the heat laser focused on one circle, and it gives them leverage, maximum leverage. Now they can dangle leniency on one case in exchange for names, confessions, or details on another. And Duke's case, it's a powder keg for Boosie's whole camp with every move under the microscope. Let's start with the cold facts. Duke's phone, the very last digital breadcrumb of his life, pinged near Boosie's recording studio before it went completely dark. That's not a detail the feds are brushing off. Then add this. Prince's own crew reportedly found physical evidence inside Duke's rental car that ties straight back to people in Boosie's inner circle. Stack that with witness statements, and it's no shock that investigators are circling in tighter than ever. But here's the real danger. Boosie can't muzzle the streets, and whispers say some of his own people are already talking. And once the feds get even one person to crack, it snowballs. Stories flip, timelines start collapsing, and the fastest way to save yourself is to give the feds exactly what they're fishing for. So imagine being Boosie, sitting there with a federal gun case breathing down your neck, up on the side, and the very real chance your crew might flip on you. Suddenly, cutting a deal doesn't just look tempting, it looks like survival. And in this deadly chess game, there are only two pieces he could flip on: J. Prince Jr. or the big man himself, J. Prince. And let's not forget, two of the most infamous dice games tied to J. Prince Jr. have already ended in bloodshed. Duke the Jeweler? Dead hours after leaving one. Takeoff? Shot down right outside another. Different nights, different details. But the same haunting pattern: high stakes, heavy names, and gunfire before sunrise. Even industry voices aren't staying quiet. WAC 100 has flat out accused J. Prince Jr. in public, dragging the whispers straight into the spotlight. Are heavy. Claims that Mob Ties run setups designed to pull in high-profile rappers into games they can't win unless the house allows it. Charleston White didn't hold back either. He flat out called these dice nights traps, with rigged dice and tight control where one wrong roll or one unexpected win could put a target on your back before you even touch your cash. Paints a grim picture, an ecosystem where trust is nothing but smoke, and every smile hides a power play waiting
right.
repeatedly pointed at the camera and muttered to a party. And at one point, he placed an orange traffic cone on his head. Oh. I mean, he was taking a trip down the Old Town Road. You know what I mean? No? No? They said floating. Why did they have to say floating?
We got a lot of breaking news coming out from Good Guy Media Outlet. Let's get to it. What? All right, y'all. We're waiting on. We got an active shooter in Tennessee. They done sent out the alert to the UTC campus. They say all is clear. The lockdown has been lifted. Law enforcement found all classes and activities are canceled. All students and non-essential employees. Yeah, man, they tripped out.
there. Let's see. It's going to go pretty quickly. And if we need to, we're going to do the same thing in Chicago, which is a disaster. We have a mayor there who's totally incompetent. He's an incompetent man. And we have an incompetent governor there. Pritzker's an incompetent.
No. Thank you. Juror 8.
And co-defendant 19.
I want to go to number 6. If you were selected
office, Charlie Adelson, Rob Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Sergeant Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department, Drina Bernhardt, Officer Bill Brannon with the Tallahassee Police Department, Special Agent Greg Bronstein with the FBI, Kate Butler with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Patricia Bird, Special Agent Justin Karsten with the FBI, Dr. Anthony Clark, Deputy Amanda Collins with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Chris Corbett is with the Tallahassee Police Department, Investigator Brock Dietz with the U.S. Fire Marshal's Office, Investigator Michael Dillmore with the Tallahassee Police Department, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Sigfredo Garcia, Jim Geiger, Sharon Geiger, Detective Jonathan Grossman is with the Miami Police Department, Sergeant Corey Hale with the Tallahassee Police Department, Mary Hull, Craig Isom is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, Oscar Jimenez is retired from the FBI, Erica Johnson, Tara Kawas, Special Agent Brian Kendall with the FBI, Forensic Specialist Cornegay is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. His first name's William or Bill. Jeffrey Lacasse, Clariza Labredo, now with the last name Spoltor, Catherine Magbanoa, Joanne Maltese is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department, David Marcus, Keith McElveen, Investigator Jason Newland with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee, Waldo Nunez, Shadrick Nobles, Dr. Jerome Obed,
Day one, y'all.
Scott Radius, Danny Beth Ritchie is with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Luis Rivera. Jessica Rodriguez. Carrie Rosanna with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI. Lisa Shelby. Stuart Schlazer. David Sims is retired from the Tallahassee Police Department. Got Robert Schwartz. Yes, Robert Schwartz. Danny Tierra. Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff. June Umchinda. Vasquez Mascaro. Stephen Webster. Sean Yao with the Tallahassee Police Department. And Sarah Youssef.
Gentlemen, are there any other witnesses who may be called by the defense that were not on the list that was just read by counsel for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you may inform the panel as to those names as well, the potential witnesses.
Thank you. The additional witnesses that may be called or whose names you may hear: Richard Chagrin, Ann Cunningham, Ron Gutterson, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Lisa Carey, Detective Michael Ozemba, Detective Nicholas Kelly, both of them with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, Timothy Kelly, Kristen Adamson, Marisol Descalzo, Linda Bailey, Eddie Barnes, Kelsey Guai with Roll-Off Digital Forensics, Tarana Khan, Mickey Easterwood, Felicia Hills with the Leon County Detention Center, Bryce Google, Undersheriff for Leon County Sheriff's Office, and Sarah Newhouse.
Thank you. For our panel, I know that was a long list of names that was just read by both the state and the defense, but I'm going to ask these questions to the entire grouping once again. Do any of you know any of the witnesses that were identified by either party? Please raise your flags if that is so. All right, we'll start with Juror 10. Which potential witness are you referring to?
Last name Sanford. I know his wife. She's a substitute teacher, and I knew her husband was in law enforcement.
All right. And the capacity that you have known Mrs. Sanford is through teaching, I believe?
She is sub for my class before I'm a teacher, and her students went to my school, so I know her children.
All right. Would your acquaintance with Agent Sanford in any way prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of Agent Sanford or his wife cause you to give either greater or lesser weight to the testimony?
No, sir.
Juror 11. Who is the potential witness that you believe you know?
There were two, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Lisa Carey, if she is a real estate agent. She's actually pretty good friends with a business partner of mine. I don't know her that well, but I do work for her from time to time. And then the second was Mickey Easterwood. She was a childhood friend. Haven't seen her in 30 years, but did know her quite well when we were growing up.
All right. Would your acquaintance with either of the persons that you have just named prevent you from considering their testimony with impartiality?
No, sir.
Would your relationship with or knowledge of either witness cause you to give greater or less weight to that testimony?
No, sir.
Thank you. Was there anyone else who knew one of the potential witnesses? Juror 4, if you please could say the name.
Mr. Dietz, Brock Dietz.
Right. In what capacity do you know this witness?
He's the husband, I believe, of my former tutor.
Okay. If you can speak up, it's hard for them to hear.
He's the husband of my former tutor growing up, my math tutor growing up.
Would your acquaintance with this witness prevent you from considering his testimony with impartiality? When you say you don't think so, we're going to need a little bit more clarity. Is your relationship as such where you are going to give greater weight or less weight to his testimony? Can you listen to and consider his testimony and apply equal weight to all witnesses? Any other flags? I'll give you a moment just to think about it, because there were a lot of names that were read, just in case you recognize any of the potential witnesses that were read by the state or defendant. Very well, we will move on at this point. I am now going to ask each juror a series of questions. Please respond fully to these questions. This is to obtain some general information from you, and also the attorneys may follow up with more specific questions when they have their opportunity to examine. For juror number 1, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm a clinical pharmacy tech.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children, and what would be their ages?
2 children. One is 1 and 1.
Right. For your 19-year-old, how are they employed?
She's a college student.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2008.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, neighbors, or have you yourself been charged with a crime?
When I was 20. Yeah.
Right. What is the name of the offense?
It was reduced to a simple battery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror number 2, what is your occupation or what is your type of work?
Construction manager at Habitat for Humanity.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have children?
Yes. I have an 8-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter.
And I assume they do not work.
Not yet, no.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, nothing.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
DUI when I was 20.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 3, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a small business owner.
What is the type of business?
I have a booth at the Other Side Vintage, and I also help my friend run her shop in Midtown.
All right. This is the best free advertising you're ever going to get. You said it's in Midtown?
Her shop is, yeah.
All right, please repeat the name.
Rare Bird Interiors.
What is your marriage? Right. What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He's a wealth management advisor.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1996, with the exception of 4 years from 2015 to 2019.
Do you have any close friends or neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I grew up, my best friend growing up, her dad is FHP.
Have you, any close friends or any relatives ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives ever been a victim of a crime?
I have not like a first uncle, but I think a second uncle who was murdered. But I I've never met
I'm no genealogy expert, but suffice to say,
Yeah.
you had a relationship with this person to where it affected you.
Yeah, right.
All right. Juror number 4, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an information referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
All right, please repeat that one more time. This is going to be a recurring thing. Please speak as loudly as you can.
I'm an information and referral specialist at the Elder Helpline.
Thank you. Are you married?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 2000.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 5, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a nurse.
What is your marital status?
I'm single.
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
26 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror 6, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm associated at Walmart.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children? How long have you lived in this county? 2022 is when you moved here? All right. Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime? Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime? Thank you. Juror 7, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a pastor, Your Honor.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 3.
What are their ages?
Yeah, they're 8, about to turn 7, and almost 3. No.
How long have you lived in this county?
We moved here in June of 2025.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, my father was charged with grand theft auto, but it was dismissed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
All right. Juror number 8, what is your occupation or the type of work that you do?
I'm an application developer designer at FSU, and I'm also a PhD student.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She does work, and she does internal funding and grant coordination for FSU.
All right. Do you have children?
Yes, sir. We have 2, a 9-year-old and a 5-year-old.
And they do not work?
No, sir. Just at school.
How long have you lived in this county?
About 4 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Yes, sir. When I was a teenager, I was charged with possession less than 20 grams and obstruction of justice.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
I believe when we did the individual session, we asked you to follow up with your PhD program concerning your ability to serve. Were you able to do that?
Well, I needed the specific date range to ask, and I wasn't sure of the dates, so I haven't talked to my professors about when to ask for an allowance for, unfortunately. I have everything drafted up and ready to speak with my advisors and everything, but I wasn't sure of when to ask for.
What we're anticipating right now would be tomorrow through September 5th.
Okay, yes, sir. I can get in touch with them today.
Thank you.
Judge, we had discussed possibly going through the night.
If we need to get there, but first, for the dates that we know are firm, let's start with Friday through September 5th.
Thank you, sir.
Juror 9, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work as an IT specialist for the state of Florida.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children at all?
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
27 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 10, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a 5th grade math and science teacher.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
Two boys, 25 and 21 next week.
What are their occupations if they work?
Both are full-time students. My oldest just quit a job at a credit union, and my youngest is a cook at Red Elephant.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1988.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
So 2 misdemeanors when I was 20 and 21, adjudication was withheld.
What are the offenses, if you recall?
Underage drinking and open container. It was a long time ago.
I assume you're fully rehabilitated. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 11, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm an irrigation technician with the city of Tallahassee.
What is your marital status?
Divorced.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir, 4.
What are their ages and what do they do if they work?
30, she works at Dollar General as a manager. 26, stay-at-home mom. 23 and 21, and they both do YouTube videos.
You appear to have a bit of distress about that.
They make more money than I do.
Stand corrected. How long have you lived in this county?
Raised here since '76, left in 2006 for the military for 20 years and came back 2017 and have been here since.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested a year and a half ago on a warrant, a felony warrant. Turned out not to be me. It was a brother using my identity. So all charges against me were dropped. I don't really know if that's the answer to that question.
No, that is a very important answer. So there is not any pending prosecution at this time for
No,
you?
sir. Not against me anyway.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, for identity theft for the previous answer.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Juror 12, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm a software engineer at Civic Plus.
What is your marital status?
I'm divorced.
Do you have any children?
I do. I have a daughter who's 21, and she's employed at General Dynamics Land Systems.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Born here in 1970, moved away and came back in 93, and I've been here since then.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My girlfriend in Portland, Oregon, was pushed down and assaulted and had her phone stolen. This was about a year ago.
Thank you. Juror 13, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Pastor.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She stays at home.
Do you have any children?
I have 4, Your Honor. 11, 9, 8, and 5.
And I assume they do not work.
They do not, although they should.
How long have you lived in this county?
For almost 11 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, I do not.
Have you any close friends or crime?
I can't answer for certainty. I have a sister who I believe was arrested and charged for violating court order. I believe so, because I don't know. She lives out of state. And then the next question, I believe she was a victim of spousal abuse.
And this is the same sister you're referring to? All right. Thank you, sir. Juror 14, what is your occupation or type of work?
I'm a student and I work part-time for a trade union.
What is your marital status?
Divorce.
What is your spouse's occupation, or excuse me, do you have children?
I do not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
I was born and raised here and with reception of 2019 through 2023.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I did.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 15, what is your occupation or your type of work? You can speak up, everyone needs to hear you. What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
About 1, 2 years old.
And I assume they do not work.
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2021.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Relative possession of marijuana.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 16, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I work for the State Department of Health, abstracting information on non-fatal drug overdoses off of medical examiner records.
Sounds complicated. What is your marital status?
Single. Do
you have any children?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in this county?
Since 2012, with a gap from August of May 2015 to August 2016.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I don't know my neighbors' occupations, but no friends or relatives.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Ticketed for driving without headlights in 2016.
I believe that's a civil infraction, but I applaud your honesty is what we need. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
My brother was non-fatally stabbed in, I believe, 2022.
Thank you. Juror 17, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Work in healthcare IT, currently for Gainwell Technologies, engaged in a couple of state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
I'm sorry, say all of that again.
I'm sorry. Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technology, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects currently.
Right. Was everyone able to clearly hear?
They're going to need to speak up, Judge.
All right. If there's a microphone near you, if you can angle it back to the 3rd row so that way everyone can be clearly heard. In the process, don't tap the microphones, might cause some feedback. One more time, Juror 17.
Healthcare IT, I work for Gainwell Technologies, engaged on 2 state Medicaid claim system implementation projects.
What is your marital status?
I'm married. My wife is an office manager, works for a local communication firm.
Right. Do you have any children?
My daughter, she's a full-time student at Florida State and works at a puzzle room place, mystery room place.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
50 years, all of them.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do have a brother-in-law that works for FWC.
And that's the Wildlife Commission you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Have you or any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
I was arrested for trespassing when I was 15.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Thank you. Juror 18, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Entrepreneur.
if you could elaborate on that a little bit further.
I would like to discuss all work-related issues and sidebars, please.
That's fine. What is your marital status?
Single?
Do you have any children?
No.
How long have you lived in this county?
8 months?
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, Your Honor.
Do you have any close friends, relatives, or neighbors that have been charged with a crime? Or have you as well? Go ahead.
I'm estranged from my family, but there's potentially some friends there.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Thank you. Juror 19, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Department manager at Hobby Lobby.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What does your spouse do if they work?
He's a retired teacher.
Do you have children?
Yes, she's 32, lives in Philadelphia. She's an event coordinator at a hotel.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since summer of 21.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
My dad's a retired deputy sheriff.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
I had somebody break into my house and steal some of my stuff.
Thank you. Juror 20, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a retired claims adjudicator for Social Security disability.
What is your marital status?
Widow.
Do you have any children?
Yes, 2 sons.
What are their ages?
44 and 31.
Do they work?
4-year-old does. The 31-year-old is currently incarcerated.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 1984.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives in law enforcement?
I have a nephew that's a corrections officer for the last 30 years, and also have a cousin that's with the Gadsden County Sheriff Department.
Thank you. Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
Back in my late 20s, I had a charge of public assistance fraud, but the adjudication wasn't held.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
Yes, I had a break-in in my house about maybe 13 years ago, but my alarm scared them off, so they weren't able to actually get anything.
Thank you, ma'am. Juror 21, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I'm currently unemployed, but I am a full-time student.
What is your marital status?
Single.
Do you have any children?
No.
County.
For almost 22 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
If I'm remembering correctly, did you also need to check with your university or program concerning your ability to serve?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to do so?
Yes, I emailed my professors, and only one responded. He said missing the 3 weeks would be kind of a burden for me, but it would be possible for me to make up the work.
Right. Thank you. Yes, juror number 1.
Yeah, I want to apologize. I'm actually divorced. I said single, but it was a long time ago. I kind of forget to say it.
I'll forgive you. Juror 4.
I'll be honest.
Yes, I'm sorry if I forgot that from yesterday. Go ahead.
They sent a letter that it would be detrimental. I missed 3 weeks of my program, so I brought the letter for you to leave it back.
Very well. If you please can bring it to the clerk, I will review it in just a moment.
I also forgot about a crime a family member committed. I have an aunt that was charged with prostitution.
Right. Juror 10.
So you had asked me yesterday to check with my administrator about
Yes.
getting someone to cover my class.
Yes.
She contacted 3 people, but none of them could do it. I contacted a former teacher. She's unable to do it as well. There are subs out there. It just won't be one permanent sub for the whole 3 weeks. So it would be somewhat of a burden to my class and myself preparing for that.
Parties can briefly approach.
Just a big interesting case, you know what I mean? Murder for hire. Man, she accused of orchestrating the 2014 murder of high plot that left her son-in-law, FSU law professor Dan Markell, dead. Prosecutors say Allison pulled the strings in the family conspiracy. So now, what you think this is? Y'all stay tuned. Good Guy Media Outlet where we do it how it go. You know what I'm saying?
What is your marital status?
Married.
And what does your spouse do if they work?
We also stay in Hawaii also.
Do you have children?
No.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
18 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you, any close friends, relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
No.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No. Not at all.
All right, to go back to the other questions that were previously asked while you were seated in the gallery, have you ever previously served on a jury?
Yes.
When did you serve on a jury?
Over years ago?
Was it in Leon County?
Yes.
Criminal or civil proceeding?
Criminal?
Do you recall the type of charge or case?
I believe it's drunk driving.
Driving under the influence.
Yes.
Right? Without telling us what the verdict was, did the jury reach a verdict? Were you the foreperson? Were you the foreperson of the jury? That is the person who presides over deliberations and gives the verdict form to the bailiff. So you were the foreperson.
Not the foreperson.
You were not the foreperson. Okay. Do you know either of or any of the attorneys or their staffs? Do you know or have any relationship by blood or marriage to the defendant? The names that were read aloud as to the potential witnesses in this case, did you recognize any of those names? Thank you. Juror 23, what is your occupation or your type of work?
Spray tech supervisor at FSU.
What is your marital status?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
She's the bookkeeper at Leon High School.
Do you have children?
Yes.
What are their ages and occupations if they work?
20 and 21. The 21-year-old, she's a full-time student at FSU, and my 20-year-old, she is employed at Subway.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
6 years.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No.
Have you and any close friends or relatives ever been charged with a crime?
Yes.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
I'm also going to go back through the other questions that were previously asked to the group when you were seated in the gallery. Have you ever previously served on a jury?
No.
Concerning the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage, or do you know any of the attorneys or their staffs?
No.
Concerning the defendant, are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
Do not.
As to the names of the witnesses, or potential witnesses, I should say, that were read out loud, did you recognize any of those names?
No.
Thank you. This trial, and also during the attorney's questioning, you will hear certain terminology, such as burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent. It is very important that you understand each of these concepts. I will attempt to explain to you burden of proof, presumption of innocence, and the right to remain silent by reading the jury instructions that are applicable to each separate concept. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime which was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates. The charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial, and to it alone, that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his or her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant may not take the witness stand cannot influence the jury in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys at this point are going to have their opportunity to ask you some questions. What they say now or at any other time during this trial is not to be accepted by you as evidence or any instruction on the law itself. They are simply going to be asking you questions. Please do not infer anything or read anything into the questions that you will be asked. Before I turn over the inquiry to the attorneys, let me remind you to please answer their questions honestly and forthrightly, and also volunteer any information that you believe may be important. Is counsel for the state prepared to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Well, congratulations. It's a compliment, I think. So I'm going to ask you some questions about some legal concepts. Today is not the trial. You're not going to hear any evidence in the case today. As the prosecutor, it is my burden to prove the case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence, which we will do. I'll be assisted by Dugan in doing that when the trial actually starts. But for jury selection, we're just trying to get sort of your ideas about concepts and issues that we think might come up during the course of the trial. And it's important and will be less painful, certainly for me and probably for you too, if you guys will participate and raise your paddles and answer. And I'm going to attempt to not say names and only say numbers. So this is obviously an important case. I know some of you probably don't mind speaking up. Many of you probably are shy and less likely to speak up. So I would encourage my shy guys to please participate as well, because your voice is just as important. Let's see. So I want to identify sort of like my leaders on the group. Do I have folks that supervise people at work or have supervised people in the past? Start on the first row because I'll probably have several of you. Juror 2.
Yeah, construction manager, so local volunteers, 30 volunteers all day, Saturdays, building houses. So.
Some cats to herd there.
Yes.
That's in the first row. Yes, sir. Number 7.
So coordinating, organizing volunteer teams, and then I've had as much as 6 staff report to me.
Okay.
My previous job.
All right, thanks. Anybody else? First row, second row, leadership staff, and I would include head of an organization or something like that if that's part of your resume. Number 8.
As project manager, so I have about 8 people that work under me. They're all students. Some of them are paid, some of them are unpaid.
Okay, thanks. 9?
I work as an impromptu team leader for our department whenever there's any issues or need assistance.
All right, how many members of the team?
About 10 on a good day.
Okay. Number 23.
I supervise 2 spray technicians at FSU.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else second row? 11.
20 years in the military, about 15 of those in various leadership roles.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. 13.
Did 8 years in the military, about 5 of that in leadership roles. Currently a lead pastor of our church.
Okay. And you supervise the staff there?
As the volunteer staff, and then I'm the lead elders that we have at the church. I'm the lead elder as well, and supervise them.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else over there? 3rd row. Yes, sir. 16.
Previous work, I was in charge of a team of 3 for a warehouse, and current job, I am frequently one of the people training new employees.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else in the back? 17.
I currently have a director reporting team of 6, as well as a number of like matrix resources as part of my work.
Anybody else in the back row? Yes, ma'am, but you're not gonna tell me, or I know. Anybody else? Okay. All right. Anybody consider yourself a leader, like you just identify as that type of personality, even though you haven't raised your hand as somebody that necessarily supervises others at work? Okay. For my guys that haven't spoken up, you know, obviously we want a jury that delivers a verdict that's your verdict, right? Even if you're a shy guy, I feel like maybe you qualify. Number 6, shy guy? Probably not so shy at home, but shy in this setting. Setting a little intimidating. Anybody find this setting a little intimidating? Show of paddles? Okay, I mean, it can be, right? Nobody likes to speak in public to begin with, and then we've got a lot going on here, a lot of forth. So if you were feeling shy or feeling intimidated by this setting, but you were chosen to be on the jury, would you be able to sort of stick to your guns, have your voice heard back there, make sure the verdict that comes back is your verdict? Struggle with that? I'm just not the guy that's gonna like push against the grain. Okay, 21, tell us. Okay, this particular setting, do you think if once we kind of roll along, if you're selected and you start hearing evidence and all that, you'll start developing opinions, and at the end when you're asked to deliberate, would you feel confident speaking up if you had a difference of opinion with your fellow jurors? Okay, so you think you might struggle with that. So whoever was in charge back there would really have to ask you, what's your opinion? Okay. Anybody else feel like juror 21, like you might struggle to speak up? Okay, 3, tell us about you.
I have pretty bad social anxiety, and actually public speech. I had to take the special accommodations public speech class when I went to FSU.
Okay.
Like 500 people in the class, 20 people had to do that, and of those 20 people, I'm the only one that cried. So.
Well, you're doing great.
One of my favorite stories,
You haven't even
yeah.
cried yet. We're on a roll. Okay, so the foreman may have to draw it out of you, but you would be able to speak your opinion if called upon to do so. You're just not the guy that's going to interrupt and yell and get over everybody else.
Right, and
Okay.
I don't know when the appropriate time to ask is, but on Tuesday I mentioned a medical constraint, and I did bring a doctor's note with me.
Okay.
And I haven't
All right.
an opportunity to mention that yet.
Okay, thank
so.
you for mentioning that at sidebar at some point. So, yes. Anybody else have something they need to tell us at sidebar, medical or otherwise? All right, so for my folks that have been on a jury before, raise your paddles again, front row. Yeah, okay. Was it a good experience, a bad experience? Don't really remember.
It's good. Yeah, it's an eye-opening experience to see how inner process works and go through it. Yeah, sure.
All right, that's number 2. Number 22? Was it an okay experience for you?
It's not bad. It's something new. We consider we come from different countries,
Mm-hmm.
different government system.
Yes, so helped you learn about our system a little more, see it for yourself? Okay, that was a 1-day trial, I'm guessing. Okay. It's a good primer. Second row? Yes, number 9, did you have a good experience or otherwise?
It was interesting, to say the least. I think it was
Okay.
done a bit differently than usual, but the judge...
Was it here in Leon County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think the judge had the jury excused every time the lawyers needed to speak with him, which was pretty much every other 10 minutes.
Oh, so it was a lot. You got your steps.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, better than going to sleep in the chair, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, second row? Third row, good experience, bad experience?
Positive experience. It was a 1-day trial.
Yeah. Oh, those are nice for jurors. They're no better than 2 to 3 weeks. Which I think it's going to be more on the 2 side. Don't hold me to that, but for your planning purposes. All right. Anybody else? Jury service people. Yes, 19.
It was okay. Not something I want to do again.
Yeah, I don't think, I'm not going to deduce from you saying it was okay that you want to do this. I know it's a big ask and a huge imposition on you, and I don't mean to minimize that at all. I just want to know if it was okay. You know, sometimes juries walk away traumatized, or, you know, they argued back there or whatever, so I just want to know if it was anything like that. So you didn't have any...
No, there was no like yelling or anything.
Okay, good. And for all my folks on a jury, without saying what the verdict was, were you able to reach a verdict? The ones that deliberated? Everybody did. Okay. All right. Anybody have any legal training on the panel? Okay. Number 22, you said you work at the AG's office, but I don't think you said in what capacity. What type of work do you do? Okay. And your husband, state of Florida, but what type of work?
He's working public record in
Okay. All right, so I touched on this a little bit already. The burden, and I think the defense will emphasize this, is mine, so that means that I have to prove the case to you with evidence. It's completely my burden, the whole thing. So they don't have to do anything. They don't have to put on witnesses. They can do their nails, read the newspaper, not participate at all, which of course we don't expect they'll do. But they don't have to prove anything. That's really important. So you've heard no evidence right now. If you were asked to render a verdict right now, it would of course be guilty, right? Because you've heard no evidence. And the only place the evidence is going to come from is this table, right? The state. It's innocent until proven guilty. We prove the case. Would you like to hear from the defendant? Sometimes that's a question. Human nature, yes, but you cannot require the defense to prove anything. Everybody understand that? Yes. It's the way our system works. Okay. All right. Reasonable doubt. You heard an instruction on this, and lawyers tangle with this at jury selection all the time and do a pretty poor job. It probably will not be an exception, but the idea is nothing can be proven to you beyond a mathematical certainty, right? If you knew for sure that a thing happened 100%, it's because you saw it with your own eyes, and that makes you what? A witness, not a juror. So you make a decision based on the evidence. And it is a very high burden. It's the highest burden in the land, right? It's a high burden, and it should be. But it's not impossible to convict a guilty person through evidence. You're not going to have 100% mathematical certainty because that's not possible. So the example I use, which probably isn't a great one, number 1, did you drive here today?
Yeah.
Where'd you park your car?
Parking garage.
All right. Is your car still there?
I hope so.
You hope so, right? Do you have a reasonable doubt that your car is there where you left it?
No.
Okay. No. Right? Because the evidence says he parked his car there. Did you lock it?
Yeah.
You locked it. Is there any security there?
I mean, yeah, I think so, but who knows?
There's security there. Okay, so he has no reasonable doubt that his car is where he left it. If he gets there and it's not there, he's going to be really surprised. Now, if we change the facts, he left his car there, he didn't lock it. There's no security. There were 2 or 3 very suspicious looking guys lurking around the car when he left. And when he left, he said, "You can have it if you want it. I left the keys in it." Okay, now we're starting to change the facts, right? Now that the car is there, you basically invited somebody to take it. All right, so you as the jurors will decide, is this doubt reasonable or not, right? So I'm gonna say a bunch of words and they're gonna say a bunch of words, but ultimately at the end of the day, when you get back there and you're assessing a doubt, I have a doubt. Well, tell me about it. You talk about it. Is it reasonable? That's your question, right? And you decide what's reasonable or not. Okay? Shaking of head.
Artists can approach briefly. Juror 20, or your type of work.
I'm retired from the United States Postal Service as an electronic technician and I'm a veteran in the United States.
What is your marital status?
I'm married.
What is your student if they work?
She's a nail clerk.
Do you have children?
I have an 11-year-old boy.
Does not work.
He does not.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
Since 97.
Do you have any close friends, neighbors, or relatives that work in law enforcement?
I do not.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
I have a brother who was convicted of armed robbery.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No.
Also, to inquire as to the other matters that the court previously raised, have you ever served as a juror previously?
No.
As to the attorneys, are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or any of the persons that are part of their staffs?
No.
Are you related by blood, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the witnesses that were previously read out loud, do you recognize any of the names of the potential witnesses?
No.
Thank you. Juror 25, what is your occupation or your type of work?
I am a sales account manager.
What is your marital status?
Married.
If you can just say it again and try to speak up as much as you can.
I'm a sales account manager.
Thanks. And your marital status again?
Married.
What is your spouse's occupation if they work?
He works in sales.
Do you have any children?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and 11-month-old.
And I assume they do not work.
No, sir.
How long have you lived in Leon County?
5 years.
Do you have neighbors or relatives that work in law enforcement?
No, sir.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been charged with a crime?
My 4-year-old's father has previously been charged with felony drug-related stuff.
So you don't know the exact name, but something relating to the possession of drugs.
Yes, and distributed.
Have you, any close friends or relatives, ever been a victim of a crime?
No, sir.
Going back to the other questions that the court previously raised with the group, have you ever previously served as a juror?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to any of the attorneys, or do you know the attorneys or their staffs?
No, sir.
Are you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know the defendant?
No.
Concerning the names of the potential witnesses that were previously read, did you recognize any of those names?
No, sir.
Right. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue at this time.
For my new folks, any leadership or management experience, maybe in your time in the Navy or elsewhere?
I was a supervisor for several departments when I was on board the aircraft carriers.
Thank you. And number 25, do you manage anyone currently?
Aside from my children.
Yeah,
that's not currently, but I do have about 7 years in like leadership experience.
Okay. And is that in the sales world?
Yeah, sales, customer service related.
Okay. Did you hear my spiel about reasonable doubt? Feel like you're getting your head around that one a little bit? Okay, same with you, sir. Okay. All right, well then we will keep it moving. jury decides the facts, and you'll be the judge of the facts, not of the person. We're not asking you to render judgment on anyone. But still hearing that, some jurors sometimes feel like this is too heavy, this is a very serious case. Is there anybody that feels like, I'm not sure I could make a decision knowing how serious the case is? For whatever reason. First row? Second row? Third row guys? No. Okay. So your job will be to hear the evidence and to make a decision. Have these crimes been committed, and is this the person that committed the crimes? Judge of the facts. And the judge is going to give you all the law that you need. You don't need any legal training. Please don't do any research on the law. And his job is to sort of referee what comes in as evidence and make sure the rules of evidence are followed in the courtroom. The judge's job also includes sentencing, so you will not be asked to make any recommendations or determinations about sentencing at all in this case. Does anybody feel like I would still be worried about sentencing, even knowing that you're not being asked to make any decisions about sentencing? Number 20, would you be worried about that at all?
No.
Wouldn't worry about it. Can you set it aside? Number 18, or is that something that would weigh on you?
Can set it aside.
Okay. Anybody feel like I would worry about that? Okay. All right. Many of you have had some kind of interaction with law enforcement, or close friends or family members that have. Have any of those been significant, meaning they've impacted you in some way personally? I mean, if you had a DUI 20 years ago and it was handled fairly, I don't need to know more about that. But if something has really colored your view of the criminal justice system or impacted you personally, we had some folks that had some quite serious cases that friends involved in. I want to know, was the person treated fairly, and how has it impacted you? First row, anybody volunteer to say, I've been impacted by crime in a way that has deeply affected? Okay. Second row, anybody treated unfairly? We had somebody that was falsely arrested. That's a big one.
My brother got pulled over in a vehicle and didn't present ID, told him he was me. He was in possession of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, they let him go. He was going to be an informant for them or something or other, I don't know. And then when they couldn't get a hold of him, naturally they issued a warrant for me because he used my ID.
Yes, sir.
So once I found all that out and got a hold of the right folks, the system actually worked well for me once they got dash cam and body cam video and was clearly able to see it wasn't me. I was able to get everything resolved. So
sure, but
really
what a
bad
headache to
experience
get
early
there.
on and turned out pretty positive because the evidence did.
Okay.
prove my
Anything
case.
about that you think would bleed into your deliberations on this case? Oh, I think the cops are all crooked, all arrests are false, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Second row, anybody else deeply affected by crime? Any crime in your life? Okay. Third row, anybody fall into that category? Who thinks there is a significant problem with the criminal justice system? It's broken, doesn't work well. Just raise of paddles. I'm a little broken. Okay, I'm seeing a couple little paddles. Little broken, not perfect.
Not perfect.
Not perfect. We can all agree with that one, I think. Anybody feel like you have such strongly held views in that regard that you think it could impact your ability to follow the law and render a fair verdict in this case? Seeing shaking of heads. Okay. Anybody had a bad experience with law enforcement? I know I'm asking the same question 3 or 4 different ways, but I just want to make sure I'm catching everybody. Yes, sir. 24.
I was pulled over. My plate came up with a stolen plate from another state, and I had guns drawn on me, and they figured out that it was from another state finally, but when you have guns drawn on you, it's not a fun thing.
It's a bad experience.
Yes.
Anything about that you think might interfere with your ability to do your job in this
No, 'cause
case?
They offered a lot of apologies after that, and the guy said,
Too little, too late.
"Yeah, it was," and I was headed to work, so
Yeah.
luckily I was not late.
You were not falling asleep at your desk that day.
Before you continue, I'm curious, did you have on the mail carrier uniform?
I had my uniform on, but I'm an electronic technician.
I see.
Fix machines.
Please continue, Ms. Kevin.
All right. Law enforcement officers. So several of you have either backgrounds in law enforcement, yourself or a close friend or family member that's been in law enforcement or is in law enforcement. And the reason why we inquire about that is because we want to make sure we have jurors that, obviously you heard my list, there's quite a few law enforcement officers on the list. So jurors that can listen and be critical of law enforcement, so open-minded. If you learn that they have specialized training and experience and are qualified to, have authority on some topic more than the average person, then great, you can believe them more than the average person. But we don't do that just because they're wearing uniforms. So we don't automatically believe everything they say. We don't automatically disbelieve everything they say just because they're law enforcement. Anybody feel like they struggle with that? And the defense may get up and say, so-and-so, your father was a law enforcement officer. Somebody was. Whose dad is? Okay, your dad is a law enforcement officer. Don't you automatically believe what law enforcement says? And, maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay, they can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay, what are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers, just letting me flounder up here. Number one, undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves. Right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime. I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay, anybody feel like that's not fair, that's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then I'm okay with it.
Is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I feel like for police officers, because depending on the crime that's committed, police officers cannot always go in. It depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context of the situation. If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? Depends on the context greatly, because you can't legally try to coerce someone into a crime.
Right.
You are,
Hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right? But what about like posing? Typically, we think of narcotics operations. If you're trying to infiltrate these higher levels where you really can't have access to investigate those people unless you send someone in posing as a fellow Confederate, right? Everybody okay with the concept? Within limits, of course. Okay. What is premeditation? This is a premeditated murder. What does that mean?
It's like you planned it.
It's like you planned it. Okay, that was juror 23. So what type of evidence would show premeditation?
Bloody footprints, clothes, a weapon.
Okay, how does that show the operation of the mind, though, the intent?
Oh, well, if you find somebody with their fingerprints on the weapon, then that's not full guilt right there. I mean, but that's pretty damning evidence.
Okay, yeah. What about for intent, though? Number 16, what do you think? How do I prove premeditation? You know, I didn't just haul off and kill someone on a whim. I thought about it. I had a conscious intent that crime be committed at the time it was committed. How do I prove that? How do I prove what someone was thinking?
I think we would have to rely on evidence that predated the moment of the attack. So if you had like any sort of records or definite plans or things that were found, like
map of the bank, right? That's how they do it in the movies. They roll it out on the table, get the blueprints and that sort of thing. What else? What other type of evidence might prove intent? 15? You think of anything else? Conversations. I'm gonna kill that guy, right? And that's pretty good evidence that you planned to kill the guy. What about motive? Motive, would that be important to your consideration, number 7, of intent?
Yeah, I think so. There would have to be some sort of justifiable cause where you could empirically say that would lead a person to premeditate an act of aggression on the victim for X, Y, and Z reasons.
So you kind of want to know why, right?
I think you would have to know why.
Well, I mean, sometimes you can imagine a scenario where the manner of the killing might prove intent.
Sure.
You know, shooting once is different from shooting 100 times, right? As far as if you're trying to evaluate intent. So that could be part of it. But certainly motive is very important and jurors want to know why. So the why could potentially be important. Everybody agree with that? What do you think? 12. Any other ideas of what type of evidence? Like, how are you going to prove? You see the problem. How do you prove what someone was thinking?
Right, certainly any records that they've considered it, discussed it, solicited someone to help with it, or done searches about how to efficiently execute the crime beforehand and that sort of evidence.
Okay. Would you be open to all those types of circumstances to try and show what the person was thinking, as the type of evidence I laid out right away, which was, I'm going to kill that guy.
Right.
And that's great. But if you don't have that, can you evaluate all the other circumstances?
Yeah, and you have to see if they push you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Any other type of evidence, let's get away from premeditation, but in general that you would expect to see in a case like this, a particular type of evidence? Number 23 mentioned fingerprints, clothing, anything else like that that you guys are kind of expecting?
Financial records.
Gun residue?
Financial records.
Financial records? If it's, what kind of financial records? Why would you be expecting that in this case, or a case like this?
If, from what we were told about the case and the charges, if you're soliciting it, setting aside money, or
expect some kind of money to be involved, some type of transaction. Okay, somebody else down here. Text messages. Phone calls. Okay.
if I remember correctly, I remember hearing coming from Miami to Tallahassee, so like
Mhm.
gas station receipts.
Okay, some evidence of that travel. Okay. What else? It's so fun when y'all help me better. Okay. So you know it's a murder for hire. You know there's more than one person involved. You, though, as jurors in this case, will only be asked to decide the involvement and guilt or not guilt of one criminal defendant. Are you able to set aside your thoughts and feelings about the other people that may be involved in the case and focus your verdict? How does the evidence relate to this defendant? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. If the evidence shows that the defendant is not the one that pulled the trigger, does that make a difference? What do you say? Why are you shaking your head no, number 15? Why doesn't that make a difference? Okay, so even if you don't pull the trigger, you can be charged with murder? But what?
I'm sorry, we can't hear.
Please speak out, number 15.
Okay, you could be charged with accessory, but you don't think murder. Who else, by a show of hands, thinks if you don't pull the trigger, you cannot be charged with murder? Nobody? Why not? Number 2.
If you're, if you hire someone or something like that, definitely you're not committing the crime personally, but if you're telling someone else to do it and they do it, then that, I think something pretty close to it, yeah. I mean, maybe
Okay.
not murder itself, but there might be some type of
Maybe not murder itself, but it might be something close. What do you think? Number 20.
It's the way the law is written.
Mhm.
You don't have to pull the trigger, but you can still be charged with murder. The law allows that you can still be charged with murder.
Okay. According to the law of our state, and the judge will give you the law. You do not need to know the law. I tricked you, and I'm sorry. But you can be charged just the same as if you pulled the trigger if you also did some act or said some word to cause that murder to be done, some affirmative act to cause that murder to be done, did it be done? Okay? It's called a principle. So, court reporter and I are going to do a bank heist, and we know when we go in there, the first thing we're going to do is kill the security guard. Okay? That's our plan. We both understand that that's what we're going to do. But I'm the shooter. She's the bag lady. She's going to get the money. We go in there, we do it, we're successful until we get caught. We can both be charged with first-degree murder of that security guard, the same as if she had pulled the trigger. Is that fair? How is it fair? 23.
Y'all planned it together.
But I
Sorry,
pulled.
say that. I didn't hear you.
Y'all planned it together.
But I'm the one that pulled the trigger. Shouldn't I be worse off than her?
She knew what was going to happen.
She did. That's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So you agree with that law?
Yes.
Anybody disagree with that law? I do not think it's fair. It should be, as juror number 2 thought walking in here, something close to it, but not exactly the same. Okay. Now that I gave you the spoiler, you won't admit it. All right, so number 2, knowing that now, would you be able to follow that law?
Yeah.
What do you think, number 15? If the law says we can both be convicted of first-degree murder, and it's proven, would you be able to convict her of first-degree murder even though she didn't pull the trigger? You would be able to follow that law.
You cannot hear him.
Number 15, please speak up as much as you can.
Yeah.
You would. If there was a law that the judge reads you in this case that you did not agree with, would you be able to follow it anyway, or do you think it would be incumbent upon you to do what your gut is telling you? What do you think? Number 16?
Since it's rigor to decide, if something followed or broke the law, it would go with the law.
Go with the law. Number 8?
Yeah, definitely.
Follow the law no matter what, even if you don't like it?
Yeah, it's not me to decide the law. It's just for us to stick to it.
Okay. It's the legislature's job. We're going to leave that to them. Okay. What is a conspiracy? Volunteers for that one? How about you, number 14? What's a conspiracy?
I'm not sure, like the legal stuff.
You don't need to know the legal stuff, just what's your idea of it? Come and speak.
A group of people getting together or saying anything that may be.
14.
A group of people, I'm trying to say a definition without using the word conspire.
Yeah.
Prove my point, but I'm stumbling to do.
Getting together to
Getting
do
together
something?
To make something happen with
Okay.
other reasoning behind it.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it doesn't even have to be a group. You can conspire to do something alone.
Number 8, okay. Is that what you're doing right now? You want to tell us something? Okay. Do you all agree that a conspiracy can be evidenced circumstantially? And what I mean by that is, and this is hard because we can't talk about what the evidence is, but I'm asking you to imagine that it could be proven to you that people conspired to do something without an express, we're gonna, go in and kill the security guard, without that being expressly stated. Can you imagine other evidence, circumstantial evidence? For example, we walk in and I walk directly over to the security guard and blow him away, right to the head, right? Immediately. And she says in front of everybody, yeah, just like we planned. Okay, it's not in the plan. The conspirators generally don't write out a manifesto where they say, this is going to be my role, and this is going to be your role, and this is what we're all going to do. But you can infer it from the circumstances, the way the crime was done, the other communications in the case, the other evidence in the case. Can you be open to that? Nodding of heads.
Yes.
Very- Does it matter how long it takes to make an arrest in a criminal case? You guys all heard the statement of the case. This crime occurred in 2014. Number 6, how old were you in 2014? 9. Can you even care about something that happened when you were 9? Can you, sir? Does it matter how long it's been?
I think as long as the crime that you're being charged for is within the statute of limitations, I think it's fair to be arrested for a crime that you could have committed. Sometimes it takes years to build evidence and things like that.
Anybody feel like it's too long? I just can't consider evidence from 2014. I was 9. Everybody else, can you keep an open mind to evidence and a long investigation? Circumstantial evidence case, and I do a cheesy analogy for circumstantial evidence because what's better, direct or circumstantial evidence? Direct. Everybody knows that, right? So powder donuts. You have 2 kids. Who's got 2 kids? Well, your kids are too young to do this scenario, but let's imagine they're a little older. All right. So 2 kids, a bag of powdered donuts. They're not supposed to be eating the donuts before dinner, but you walk in, and one kid who happens to be the kid that really loves powdered donuts and asked you 20 minutes ago if you could have a powdered donut, to which you responded no, is covered in powdered donut dust. And the kid says to you, what type of evidence is that? The statement, my brother did it. No, it's not. That's direct evidence. Direct evidence. I was here. I saw him eat the powdered donut. Never mind that I'm covered in it, right? That's direct evidence. As opposed to circumstantial, which is, what are the circumstances? Circumstances are, this is a kid that loves powdered donuts. This is a kid that just asked me for a donut. This is a kid that's covered in a donut. All that's circumstantial, right? So in that case, which evidence is better?
Direct.
Okay, so can you keep an open mind to circumstantial evidence? It gets a bad rap, but I need you to be open to it. Can everybody nod? I can be open to that. Thank you. All right. Somebody say this. Cooperating defendant testimony. What? I guess I just want you to agree to keep an open mind to it. This is a person who's been involved in the crime, and you absolutely should consider that character of that person and what motivations that person may have in play. You should consider that. But can you keep, that doesn't necessarily mean they're lying, right? They can also be telling the truth. Can you agree with that? Okay. Is there anybody that feels like I cannot keep an open mind that a cooperating co-defendant might be telling the truth? What about you, number 6? Can you keep an open mind to that? Is it possible that a cooperating co-defendant could be telling the truth, maybe to try to get something for themselves, but could be telling the truth? 15? 14? 13, why does a cooperating co-defendant come forward?
Cover their own tracks.
Could be what?
Cover their own tracks.
To cover their own tracks. Yeah, to put it off on somebody else. Okay, good. What else? What else could motivate a cooperating co-defendant? 19? You're on ice, 19. I actually have a volunteer, number 6. They have a deal?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, please speak up.
They have a deal to shorten their sentence.
Yeah, they might be trying to get something to help themselves. Does that mean that they're lying? No, it could mean that. But it could mean they're telling the truth to get something. Is that right? Do you agree with that? 19?
Possible.
Okay, can you keep an open mind to that type of testimony and weigh it with all the other evidence in the case? You're going to observe the witness. You're going to hear what they say. You're going to see if it fits with everything else. And you're going to make a decision about their credibility based on all that, including the fact that they have this motive or whatever. Can you do that? Everybody feel like they can do that? Okay. Unsavory witnesses. That's a very nice way of putting this topic. So there could be witnesses in the case that you all do not want to have a beer with or a cup of tea with. Okay? Can you keep an open mind to the testimony of someone different from you and lives your life differently from the way you live your life? Number 1, can you do that?
Yeah.
2, can you do that? Everybody? If you don't hear a particular type of evidence that you're expecting, can you keep an open mind to the type of whatever evidence that there is and render a verdict based on that? I just don't want you guys to walk in thinking, oh, there's no gun. convict of a murder without a gun. You know, is there anybody that's like that? There's a particular thing that you require. Inconsistencies. Would you all expect the testimony to be completely consistent or there to be some inconsistencies? Let's say we're going to have a 2-week trial. You're going to hear from witnesses every day, all day for the period of 2 weeks. Are we going to have any inconsistencies? 17.
Purely a guess, but based on the duration, probably somewhere in there.
Okay. Every single one of you went back in the room back there and answered the questions in private. And I was sitting back there, Ms. Dugan was sitting back there, and we were wearing the same outfits all day. If we isolated each one of you and asked you, what can you tell me about what Ms. Dugan was wearing yesterday, or the day that you were back there? Let's assume it was all the same day. Do you think we could get some inconsistencies? Might get some blue, some black, dark pants. I think it was, you know, we might get a lot of different answers, right? Does that mean that anyone's lying? Okay. Now, you all will have to weigh inconsistencies, which are going to occur naturally in a case like this. And you will decide a point on which this inconsistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all. Right? Can you do that? All right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. That means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like? Yeah.
Please speak up, number 7.
A little louder.
There's no default for what a killer would look like in just appearance.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Yeah. Anybody. Can be taken.
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother? My young people? Number 5. Can a killer look like a granny?
I mean, it's not like you in picture, but like anyone who's capable of has the capacity to kill someone.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one. Everyone keep an open mind to that possibility. For my folks that have been divorced, any custody battles? Raise your paddle if you've been involved in a custody battle. Okay, so just divorces. Anybody in a particularly messy divorce? Ugly divorce? Highly litigious divorce? Anybody go to court for their divorce? Did go to court, okay, but it was not particularly nasty.
He never showed up, so
Oh.
it was very...
You won!
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys haven't personally experienced this, but does everyone agree that those types of issues, domestic issues, divorces, custody battles, those are things that are highly emotionally charged? Yes. Okay. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
for my folks that have been on a jury before. What is a hung jury? Number 22?
The jury cannot reach the decision.
Mm-hmm. Because the jury has to be what? Unanimous. And that means it has to be the verdict of each juror as well as the jury as a whole. So, my shy guys, can you speak up and make sure this is your verdict? Not sure I've identified exactly who you are. I think number 6 is a little bit of a shy guy, and you already told me you could do. Nobody.
At first, I am. But once you get to know me, I'm not.
Okay. Are you going to return a verdict that's your verdict?
Yeah.
What if you get back there and everybody's against you? Then you're folks that aren't going to be like, it's Friday night or whatever, you know. Everybody promise to do that? All right, anybody have something you feel like you need to tell me? I didn't ask the right question, I didn't call on you. Something you think I should know about you that is related to the topics we've touched on. All right, thank you very much.
For the defense inquirers, we are going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. You'll have an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, or look at your phones or devices if you need to. This break will be for everyone, but that is both in the box and also in the gallery. While you're on your break, you're not to speak to each other concerning this case or at all. Do not speak to anyone else concerning this case as well. We will resume with the jury selection at 1:30. You may use the rest of the courtroom at this time.
Can everyone here agree that 12 heads are better than one? Shake yes, okay. Now it's important right now for you to understand that. We're not trying to trick you. There are no right or wrong answers. We want to know what you believe. Now during this process, would it be wrong of me if I were to ask you for your each individual own worldview? You know, we all have our own biases, resentments, beliefs, and I need to know, and I'm going to ask you to share with me, whether or not you're going to carry that with you into the jury box. Now, there's a concept that has gained momentum recently, and that is the concept of implicit bias. Does anyone here know what that is? No? Okay, well, I'm gonna try to explain it briefly. Now, we all want to see ourselves as fair. Can we agree to that? Yes? Okay. We all want to believe that we're rational. Can we agree to that? Now, unfortunately, studies have shown that despite our best intentions, none of us are free from these biases. Implicit bias refers to unconsciously held beliefs that don't necessarily reflect our conscious belief. So, for example, you walked into the courtroom either Tuesday or Wednesday, and you saw a gentleman in a black robe. When we see someone like that, we can assume that they're a judge. And you made that decision pretty quickly. Is that correct? Okay. So what if you were to walk into a supermarket and there's a big burly guy with a long beard, clad in leather, and he's walking to a motorcycle? Let's see. Number 5, when you see that, do you see someone who's adventurous?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're riding a motorcycle.
How about dangerous?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Now, you're making a quick judgment when you see someone like that, right?
Yeah, that's an implicit bias, right? For, like,
I'm sorry?
That's kind of almost an implicit bias, right?
Yes, yes. Now, in that same token, you all walked in, whether it was yesterday, Tuesday, or today, and you look over at the defense table and you see my client, Mrs. Adelson, do you wonder to yourself, I wonder what she did? Number 2, you think to yourself, I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she is accused of doing?
I don't look that far into it. I mean, I don't know her from the next person, so I would just treat her from that person.
Okay. What about number 9?
No, sir, I didn't have that question.
Well, which one did you ask yourself? I wonder what she did, or I wonder what she's accused of doing?
Neither.
Did anyone ask that question of themselves, or say that to themselves? Number 23.
Yeah, I was wondering, you know, what she is accused of.
Okay. I saw a paddle over 5. What did you think?
Yeah, like initially, I mean, it's just human nature to be curious. It's like, I wonder what this person was accused of.
Now, do any of you have anxiety or are claustrophobic that if you're in lengthy deliberations that you might want to just leave the jury room? Anyone at all? Now, going back to implicit bias briefly, does everyone here agree, that you will make an effort to be conscious of implicit bias when you're considering the evidence in this case? Second row. Third row. Thank you. Now, when we were back in the jury room the last couple of days, some of you answered some of the questions. I think I might be able to, or I believe so. And you recall that we asked you to clarify that. First row? Okay. Why do you think we asked you that? Anyone?
Gauging our levels.
Because sometimes, I'd say just about every day in our lives, we face bias because we have a perspective of what the world should be, and we can only deal with bias if we can consciously are aware of how we feel and what's going on around us.
Thank you. Does everyone agree with that response? I need verbal.
Yes.
Thank you. So if a witness were to say, I think I saw this, is that the same as them saying, I saw this?
No.
Another important point, and I'm going to go to number 6. If you are selected as a juror and you hear the evidence and testimony, you go back into the jury room, are you able to say to another juror, well, that witness didn't say that they saw it. They said that they thought that they saw it. Or they didn't tell you what somebody said, but what they think they overheard. You can point that out. Number 12. Could you do that as well?
That's my duty, that's why I'm here.
I'm sorry?
That's my duty, that's why I'm here.
Number 11.
Good.
Number 16. Yes?
Yes.
Number 17.
Yes.
Ms. Kappelman covered the leader, so some of what I was going to cover has already been addressed, so I'm not going to repeat it in certain. Number 23, would you say that you're naturally skeptical?
Yes.
Okay, when I ask that, what do you think that I mean?
Like, today's going to be a great day, and sometimes you're like, yeah, this something can go wrong. You better not, put all your eggs in one basket, so to say, and think everything's going to be great. You have to be open and know things can go wrong.
Do you question when somebody says something to you? Would you question whether or not they're being honest?
Yes.
So how do you determine whether or not they're being honest with you?
The normal things, look a person in the eye, if they're fidgeting in their seat or, not able to stay still, or, they have conflicting statements or whatever.
Let's see. Number 19. Would you agree with that? Are you skeptical? Are you naturally skeptical?
Depends on the situation.
Give us an example.
Oh, well, like he said, if it's going to be a great day, I have to keep an open mind because I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
You trailed off at the end.
I have no idea if it's going to be a great day or not.
Are you hopeful?
Not really.
Today might be a bad example. Now, you previously served on a jury. You said it was in California?
Correct.
Things are a little bit different out there?
A little bit, yeah.
In trials, I mean.
Well, the way you guys did this time is different. I'm assuming it's because it's sensitive information, so.
You said that you didn't want to have to do it again. Is that
Right.
accurate?
Yeah.
But it wasn't a bad experience?
No, I was not. I don't know. It was different than I was thinking, but it wasn't like horrible.
Let's see. Number 13. How do you avoid misunderstandings with people?
Through conversation.
Can you give us some techniques?
Asking questions. To not only hear what they're saying, but then to get at what they're intending to communicate as well, both verbally and then non-verbally.
So it's important to listen.
Yes.
Okay. Number 14. Agree? Any other examples of how to avoid misunderstandings? Anyone at all? I'm going to call it yes, number 16.
Being aware of what you've actually been told versus what assumptions you're making.
I couldn't hear you.
Being
Sorry.
aware of what information you've actually received versus what assumptions you've made.
Okay, so avoiding assumptions. Okay. Number 12, I saw your...
Paul, I was just gonna say that it's good to confirm your understanding of what someone has said, if that's possible.
So in other words, repeating back what somebody has said to you to confirm that you understood it the way they intended.
Exactly.
Number 23. I'm sorry, number 11.
Yes, sir.
When you were falsely arrested, how do you feel about the criminal justice system?
I was a bit irritated.
Okay. How long did it take to correct?
About 3 weeks in total. I was bailed out immediately, so I only spent about 8 hours in a holding cell, but about 3 weeks of back and forth before I was fully cleared.
It's actually pretty quickly.
I thought so, but I was rather persistent.
Number 23, you agreed that that was a pretty quick turnaround?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. By a show of hands, does anyone think that the state could make a mistake? Yes? What about law enforcement? What about the state's theory of a case? Does anyone think that the state can be wrong in their theory of what happened?
Yes.
Did anyone not raise their hand? 23?
Oh, no, I
Oh,
raised my
okay.
hand.
Just making sure. Now, does anyone know people who keep large amounts of cash on hand? That's number 26. Do they have a distrust of the banking system?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know at least my generation, my grandparents and my great-grandparents certainly had a distrust of the banking system. The Great Depression, people lost everything, right? I think we're starting to get into a point where I might not be able to relate with some people. So, number 6, do you think that it would be inappropriate or illegal for someone to keep large amounts of cash? Number 24. Have you ever made or received a personal call while you were around other people? What did you do so that those individuals didn't hear your conversation?
Usually asked to be excused.
You walk away?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
What if you couldn't walk away? How do you convey what you're trying to convey?
Then I usually ask if I can call back to the person.
So you would either try to walk away or you would continue the conversation at another time.
Right.
What if neither one of those were options? Would you
well,
be vague?
Yeah, because if I'm trying to get, especially if I'm working, a lot of times I couldn't take a phone call, so I wouldn't answer it. So.
What if the person that you're with is the one who gets the call or makes the call? How do you know what's discussed?
You can, a lot of times hear what they're talking about.
Well, what if you can't hear? They walk out and you can't hear. Do you know what's discussed?
No.
Now, if the person comes back and tells you what was discussed, do you know whether or not that was true?
No.
By a show of hands, has anyone ever said something that they regretted? Thank you. I know that nobody, and correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody here has ever worked in law enforcement, correct? Okay. Has anyone received any courses or done any type of law enforcement training? Even those that were in the military. Number 13.
Yes, somewhat.
Can you tell us?
Sidebar, it would have to be a sidebar.
Okay.
Due to the nature.
Understood. Anyone else? What about private security, private investigation? Anyone? Does anyone here like to travel? Got a few that don't. You don't like to travel? Number 9?
No, sir.
Okay. For those of us who like to travel, let me pick on somebody. Who raised their hand? Number 25. Is it generally less expensive to stay in an Airbnb or a hotel for a lengthy trip?
For a lengthy trip? I guess it depends on the area, but I guess recently Airbnbs kind of seem to be cheaper.
Now, there were a few people, and I didn't see the hands that have been involved in a divorce. Actually, number 11? You've been divorced?
Divorced?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have young children at the time?
I did.
But was it amicable?
It was.
Anyone not have an amicable divorce who's been divorced? Okay. Did you say things about your ex or soon-to-be ex that you didn't really believe?
No.
I'm sorry?
No, it was pretty cordial.
Oh, it's pretty cordial? Okay.
For me on my side.
Oh, on your side?
I was pretty nice.
What about the other side?
Yeah,
Not quite as much?
I would not know.
Do you know how she spoke about you during the divorce?
Yeah.
Was it nice?
No.
In that same note, by a show of hands, has anyone ever spoken poorly or said mean things about somebody else? Pretty much everyone. Does that mean that you hated the person? Anyone? The fact that there are no paddles up tells me that doesn't mean they hated them. Okay.
I think it means we were just mad at time.
Thank you. By a show of hands, has anyone jumped to a conclusion before? You hesitated.
Well, I don't like to admit, but I suppose I have.
We're human. We tend to do that. It's not just analytics. We also have emotions that come into play. And that's how we interpret things, right? Now, for all of us who have jumped to conclusions, was our initial conclusion always correct? No. By a show of hands, has anyone had a knee-jerk reaction? Said something in that moment? Pretty much everybody? Okay. Number 7. Did you later realize that you misinterpreted what was said?
There have been times.
You're human. By a show of hands, has anyone ever planned a party? Now, I'm a visual person, so I wanted to list out some things that I wanted to talk to you about. So we're going to start with some definitions and concepts that I want to see how you interpret it. We're going to talk about the presumption of innocence, the burden of proof, jailhouse snitches, and we're also going to talk about some of the legal concepts that you're going to be asked to determine. Now, I think we've made it pretty clear. The law is going to be coming from the bench. I want to make sure that you can follow the law and that you understand what you're supposed to be doing. So, new. Number 18. Can you tell us what a presumption is?
When you are making an assumption.
Is it an assumption? Now, it's just like the presumption of proof of innocence. You're not making an assumption there, are you? It's something that you believe up until a point, right? Yeah. Okay. Does everyone agree with that? So, for example, you're supposed to presume that Mrs. Adelson is innocent up to the point if the state can prove their case beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. What does that mean? What is beyond a reasonable doubt? We're going to get to that. Now, Ms. Kaplan already talked a little bit about what direct evidence is and what circumstantial evidence is, right? Does anyone feel like we need to go over that again? Number 17?
No.
Okay. Now, something else that came up. The state indicated a moment ago that evidence comes from the state, an indicator of their table. Evidence actually comes from the witness stand and in the form of exhibits, things that are presented to you. It's important for you to understand what I say, what Ms. Fulford says, what either the prosecutors say isn't evidence. It's argument. Number 20. You understand that?
Yes.
Number 14? Or, yes. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So, if you interpret evidence different than we argue, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it.
I'm sorry?
Discuss it.
And you're going to discuss it back in the jury room. Good. Does everyone agree with him?
Yes.
Getting I have one confused look. Number 19? So if you interpret something different than what the state or defense argue it to be, what are you supposed to do?
Discuss it, like you said. We agree with.
How do you determine whether or not the state's right or the defense is right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Can anyone offer any suggestions? Yes.
Ask to review the testimony.
What else?
Reviewing the
I'm sorry.
Evidence.
Okay, so look at the evidence again.
To that point also, the court will give you specific instructions on how to weigh the evidence when we reach that point. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, presumption of innocence, we touched on it briefly. It's important. You must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. As we sit here today, you've heard no evidence. Mrs. Adelson is innocent. The presumption stays with her as to each material allegation in the indictment, unless it's overcome by evidence. So we get up there, beyond and the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Does everyone agree with that legal concept? Shaking the heads, yes, thank you. It's the state's burden to prove that. So, a few moments ago I asked if anyone could define reasonable doubt. It's there's a definition, the judge is going to give it to you. We'll probably go over it throughout different points in the trial. But I find it easier to use some examples. Because presuming someone is innocent is not how our mind usually works. So, let's see. Number 5. Let's say this morning on your way in, you're pulling to the parking garage and you see a motorcycle cop pulling somebody over. What do you think? What do you think happened?
You presume they broke some type of traffic law or something.
You don't think to yourself, I wonder why that cop pulled that innocent person over, do you? Did anyone think that? Thank you. You probably thought, glad it wasn't me. That guy was speeding. That's the way our minds normally work. You see someone get pulled over, you're like, oh, they ran a red light, they were speeding. And as I said earlier, you may have done that when you walked into the courtroom this morning. Now, just because you think that way doesn't mean you're not qualified to serve on the jury. But it does mean that we can't have that kind of thinking interfere with part of your deliberative process. Does anyone here think that because law enforcement arrested Mrs. Adelson and the state has decided to charge her, and that we've got all the way, does that make you think that she is guilty in any way? And I'm going to start with number 22. Does that make you think that she's guilty in any way?
In a way.
In a way?
In a way. Because why the state wastes a lot of resources, time, and money to convict someone that might not be guilty.
Does anyone agree with number 22? Anyone else?
To an extent.
I'm sorry?
To an extent.
To an extent? What do you mean?
It wouldn't, in my mind, make sense for the state to spend, I'm assuming at this point, maybe 10, 11 years going after a person that they didn't believe was guilty, or that they had no reason to go after a person for that long.
Thank you for your honesty. Does anyone else agree with that perspective?
I don't think that it necessarily guilty verdict. but I do think that to make it to trial at this point, there has to, at some point in our legal system, been enough substantial evidence or witness testimony or things that they found for it to be got to this point and not run out along the way. It's like, hey, there's not enough here. So there's something, but the burden of that again is on the jury to figure that out.
So with that in mind, is that belief that you have, is that something that you're going to carry into the jury room?
I think it's a belief that I carry into the jury room that we have to listen to that evidence and decide if that's why you have a jury.
But I guess it was a poorly worded question. The fact that you believe that it's gotten this far, does that gives you some idea that Mrs. Adelson is guilty?
Not that necessarily, like I said, not that she's guilty verdict, but that there's credibility to some evidence that potentially may point that way, which is why we're sitting here today.
Okay.
I wouldn't just assume that it's just all a farce.
Would you say that you're pro law enforcement?
Sure.
So law enforcement conducts an investigation. They believe that they have probable cause. They make an arrest. You give that some weight.
Yeah.
You also said earlier that they could be wrong. How do we determine if they're wrong?
By what we're doing right now.
And just to be clear, the defense doesn't have to prove anything to you.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone think that it's not fair that the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence and testimony that the defense doesn't have to do anything? So let's go continue with the discussion.
Hold on one moment. Juror 26, Heather Powell.
I was just gonna say that, you know, somebody accused me of something, I'd wanna speak up and say whether I did it or not, because I want to defend myself. And I want that opportunity to say, yes, I did it, or no, I didn't.
And that's fair. Now, concept in our legal system is defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. The judge is going to instruct you that if my client chooses not to testify against her, can you follow that instruction?
No, it's, oh, yes, definitely, yeah, just, personally, I think that, you know, there should be some kind of response, but you're obviously the response for this.
Certainly, and I think that's human nature. That if someone says, you know, well, you did this, we want to speak up and defend ourselves. But in a courtroom in this country, defendant doesn't have to do that.
I think there's a time and place to speak up about things.
I don't disagree. Are you going to hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she... Would anyone here hold it against Mrs. Adelson if she chooses not to testify? So, let's go back to what reasonable doubt means. I'm going to give you another... We've been in here for a while. There are no windows to the outside. So we walk outside when we're done, and the sidewalk and the road is wet. Is it reasonable to think that a fire truck drove down the road and sprayed everything to get it wet? Anyone thinks that's reasonable? No. That's not reasonable. In that context, can somebody volunteer what would be reasonable?
It rained.
Wait, we're in Florida. Does that happen?
Every day.
So reasonable. Does reasonable mean likely to happen? Is that what the judge is going to instruct you? Number 2.
Yes, sir.
So, would you disagree with the statement that proof beyond a reasonable doubt means most likely to happen?
No, yeah, it's not most likely to happen. there's rarely like a case where it has every single aspect of evidence to it to fully convict someone. We'd always be able to.
You know, I've been using these examples for a long time, and I think this is the first time I've had to come back and say no, because most people would agree with likely. Standard is not most likely. It's not probably. It's not most convincing. So there are different levels of proof, and I think that you heard either the judge or Ms. Kappelman at some point talk about this. So
yeah, man.
at the bottom of the scale is reasonable
It's just
suspicion.
Thursday.
That's what's typically enough
You know, they
for an
pick
arrest.
and choose.
Or, I'm sorry, enough for an officer to stop someone counting down. Probable cause, what's necessary to get a warrant. Okay, so now, where on that scale we are, who knows? But that's enough to get a warrant, enough to arrest somebody. You got preponderance of the evidence, which is a civil standard. It's more likely than not. And you have clear and convincing evidence. That is what's required for the state to take your children from you. And at the top of that scale, it's beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's the standard. So when you think about the state's burden of proof, how do you think about that from an operational standpoint? What is the state required to do? So let's go back to the chart. Who have I not called on? Number 8. Is the standard that you're going to be carrying forward into that jury room the side which convinces me the most?
No, your side doesn't have to convince me of anything. It's only the state that needs to provide evidence.
Can both the state and the defense make arguments that you disagree with?
Oh, sure. Everyone makes arguments.
That you believe that evidence does not support?
They could, yeah.
What are you going to do at that point?
Reconsider the evidence, deliberate with my peers.
And if the state has only proved something probable or possible, what are you going to do?
Well, it really needs to, I gotta get the abiding conviction of guilt. So I really need to feel that conviction that your client would be guilty after seeing all the evidence and testimony.
But that's exactly my point. If the state doesn't do that, you stop. It's not guilty. You understand that?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
So, in the definition, one of the words that you're going to see in there is exclusion. The state has to exclude every reasonable doubt. They have to eliminate it. Does anyone here at all, start on the first row, believe that they're going to have a hard time holding the state to their burden? They have to exclude every reasonable doubt. Anyone on the first row? Second row.
So when you say that, you mean that the state has to discount every other possible, like exclude to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt? Like prove to me that it's not possible?
No. Don't use the word possible.
Okay.
So, if in argument the defense were to say, give alternatives or a different explanation, and you believe that to be a reasonable doubt, if the state doesn't exclude that, then what is your response going to be?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Gotcha. Thank you.
Does everyone understand that? I can make it real easy.
Before you go to the next one.
No, I can go past it. Yeah. Not the next slide yet. Okay, so one of the things that the court's going to instruct you is that a reasonable doubt arises from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. So this is another place where I like to use a hypothetical. And for this one, we're going to adopt the bank robbery hypothetical that Ms. Kappelman was talking about earlier. So the hypothetical is someone goes in and robs a bank. Witnesses identify the defendant. There's obviously surveillance video showing somebody that is consistent with the defendant's features. So
Please approach. We are going, or excuse me, prospective jurors, we're just going to take a brief break for the moment, give you an opportunity to stand up and stretch your legs if you need to. I recognize that we are going through this process and it has been lengthy. If you need to stretch or take a moment to do so, you have the opportunity right now. 5 minutes. Be quick.
So I'm gonna start that hypo over. So reasonable doubt can arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or a lack of evidence. And so the hypothetical, the bank robbery, someone goes in, witnesses identify the defendant from the stand, video evidence shows the defendant on the surveillance. Closing argument, the defense attorney gets up and argues that the state didn't put on any evidence to show that it wasn't the defendant's twin brother. How do you know it wasn't his twin? What kind of doubt would that be? Let's go to number 20. What kind of doubt would that be? Does anyone agree with her? Number 23. You grimaced. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep confusing these two. The chart's different. Number 11.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know.
That's speculative. There's been no evidence the defendant has a twin. Now, the defendant took the stand in that case, testified that he has an identical twin brother who is a bank robber, and oh, by the way, I have an alibi. Now it's evidence. You understand the difference? Yes? Okay. That is a doubt which attaches to the evidence from the witness stand that was admitted during the trial. Reasonable doubt. Now, what would the state have to do about that reasonable doubt in order to convict that defendant? They'd have to exclude that doubt. Just the evidence.
His fingerprints?
Thank you. So let's go back to that hypothetical. In the surveillance video, and the witnesses testify that the robber's wearing a mask, so no one can identify him. Whose fault is that? Is that the state's fault? Number 8, is that the state's fault?
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah. They can't prove who it is. Whose fault is it?
The burden would be on the state.
Right. So no identification. So the lack of identification is what? Reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that same hypothetical. You got a mask. Robber's not wearing gloves, and he touches the table, he touches the glass door. You can see all that in the surveillance video. Goes to your fingerprint question. But reasonable doubt can arise from the lack of evidence. In this hypothetical, the detectives never bothered to dust for print. Would everyone agree that that would be a lack of evidence which bears on a material element of the offense, identity? Would everyone agree to that? And that the state failed to exclude that by not gathering the evidence. Because they don't disagree with that. Now, go back to the same hypothetical. Surveillance video shows that the robber's on his phone. The witnesses tell law enforcement that the robber was talking to somebody. Law enforcement later seizes that robber's phone, but they never search it to determine if there was a text or call made. Would everyone agree that there's a lack of evidence there?
Yes.
The other way the reasonable doubt can arise is based on a conflict in the evidence. What if they were to dust the table or glass for fingerprints, but it's not conclusive?
What if the guy was somebody who visited the place earlier and could be seen doing the exact same thing?
Now the state, well, let's, before we move on, does everyone agree that witnesses that are going to come and take the stand are not perfect, they're not actors? Does anyone expect to see what you would see if you watch a TV program or a movie? Number 13, you were smiling.
I am. So I think before stepping into this whole process, there's an idea in your head that's put in there by culture on what it all looks like. But when you step in, it kind of is shattered when you go into the jury across the Broadway. So it's the difference between make-believe and reality.
And this is what?
This is reality, not entertainment.
Judge is going to instruct you on how to weigh the credibility of witnesses. Now the state brought up a point, you know, this is something that happened 11 years ago. Does anyone think that if someone doesn't have an accurate memory, that that's something that's going to matter here? Number 22. That's going to matter?
If the person don't have accurate memory, yeah, it will be matter because it will distort the whole information or the evidence that you're going to provide to the juror. The information that you're going to provide to the juror will not be.
How do you determine if giving you an accurate answer? Would you compare it to the other evidence?
You cannot really tell.
I'm sorry.
So you cannot really, unless you have the videotape or something that go back and review.
One of the instructions the judge believe any testimony from any witness. Okay? Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit about co-defendants. I'm going to talk about something else. Informants. I call them jailhouse snitches. Why would a jailhouse snitch cooperate with the state? I'm going to call on somebody I haven't called on yet. I think I've called on everybody. Number one, what would motivate a jailhouse snitch?
Special treatment?
Like what?
I don't know. What kind of amenities can they get? Maybe less or comfort?
In evaluating the testimony of an informant or a snitch, should you consider what benefit they got in determining whether or not? Number 8, I saw you shaking your head or nodding.
Well, I mean, somebody can be getting a kickback and be telling the truth at the same time.
What do you mean?
I mean, they could have seen something bad happen and get a reduction in the sentence for telling on them. It doesn't mean that the person did something bad or not do something bad.
So they could get the benefit, but it doesn't mean that what they're saying isn't truthful?
Yeah, I mean, they could be lying or telling the truth just because they got, you know, a benefit or anything. Doesn't weigh on that other side of the equation in mind.
Pretty briefly approach.
going back on the topic of informants or snitches. We had one opinion that just because they testify doesn't necessarily mean that they're being dishonest. Or honest. Okay, so we don't know. How do you determine whether they're being honest or dishonest?
The other evidence is presented, as well as their body language.
You got to weigh what they're saying against the other evidence, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you were to learn that the state can offer a benefit to an informant or a snitch, and it could be financial, could be favorable treatment, or anticipation of favorable treatment, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? And I'm going to go number 7. Is that fair or unfair?
6.5, 7.
Number 6. Number 5.
Probably 5. I find it either fair or unfair. Depends on the situation.
Number 22. It'd be balanced.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 4. Yes. Number 24. 5. Number 2.
Would you repeat that question?
On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being unfair and 10 being completely fair, where do you find yourself? If you were to learn that the state compensated or gave a benefit to an informant.
That would be fair. For sure.
Okay. Number 1.
Scale of 1 to 10?
Yes.
6.
Number 8.
Initially, I feel like it's unfair, but when you think about it, no one does anything for free, and there's going to be a lot of risk to, coming out against a lot of folks that also could be in jail.
So is it a balance?
Yeah, it's a risk versus reward, and I think the higher the reward, the more of a risk someone is willing to take for that reward.
Does everyone agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Getting a lot of head nods. Okay. Number 9.
I'd say it's about equal. 5.
23.
I agree with mostly what he said. If it's
Are you referring to number 8, sir?
yes, yes.
Go ahead.
Number 11.
Number 5.
Number 12.
Gonna have to say 4.
Number 13.
I think I'm in the 4 or 5 range.
Number 14.
I think I'm at like a 7. I think it's fair.
I'm sorry?
I'm at like a 7. I think it's fair.
Okay. Number 25.
I'd say it's a 4 because the state then has more influence to pressure, whereas the other side would not have that same advantage.
Number 20. Can't read my own handwriting. Ma'am?
I'm 25. I think you said she was 25.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yes. Thank you.
About 5.
About a 5?
Yeah.
20?
5.
19?
5.
18?
Is it legal?
It's legal.
Then it's fair.
Okay. Number 17?
I'm good with 7 as well.
16?
It'd be hard for me to say, just that general circumstance really depend case by case.
Okay. Just a moment. Does anyone think that the defense should have the same benefit there? The defense can do that as well? No? I'm sorry?
Could you explain what you mean?
Could the defense offer a benefit to a witness? If I were to tell you that we can't. Number 24. Is that fair that we can't do that?
I know that cannot, yeah.
Right. Is that fair?
I don't know, I just know as the law, you cannot.
Right. Number 14.
I think them prove their case.
Fair. Has anyone here heard that a description of the role of a juror as having a duty to deliberate about the facts? Anyone? Getting some slight head nods. And once you decide the facts, you apply the law to those facts. What does deliberate mean? Let's see. Number 19, what does deliberate mean?
Discuss the facts of the case with your fellow jurors.
You trailed off at the end, I'm sorry.
To discuss the case with your fellow jurors in the jury room.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
What does it take to deliberate? Do you think carefully? Each other? Getting some head nods? Does anyone here, bless you, anyone ever engage in a family discussion around the dinner table? Show of hands. Are there informal rules for that? Number 7. What are the rules at your house?
Well, my dinner table has a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, and 2-year-old. So right now the big rule is don't talk over your siblings, and everybody gets to tell their part. Everybody gets a voice and gets to be heard.
And I've had children that age before. It can be somewhat difficult to wrangle them. How do you encourage them to follow those rules?
Sometimes with stern authority, but most of the time with the illustration of, hey, you want everyone to listen to you when you're talking, so you need to be quiet while your sister talks. I try to model that for them myself too.
So you redirect them. Sometimes you got to be stern, but you try to redirect them and you try to use your own methods of showing them an example. Okay. Now, for those of us who have older children, let's see. Number 11. I know what it's like to have 4 children. How did you determine whether the family discussion was successful?
Well, I guess if we were all still speaking to each other after the discussion took place was a success in my house.
I can relate. Now, would it be accurate to say that the end result, the conclusion that is reached, coincided with your initial conclusion?
Not necessarily.
Now, if you felt strongly that would you be capable of them and saying, I believe this, I hear you, I respect you, but I disagree?
Absolutely. And that's exactly how it was in my household. You have the right to your opinion as well, and let's all try to understand each other and respect each other in that regard.
So in other words, can you accept that sometimes we just don't reach an agreement?
Absolutely.
Now, number 6. think you touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you are engaged in that conversation and you disagree with everybody else's conclusion, but it's 6 o'clock on a Friday and you're hungry, are you going to change your opinion so you could go get something to eat? I don't think so. Does everyone remember why that statement causes me concern? Are you going to change your opinion? Anyone here willing to change their opinion if they believe that their interpretation is correct? Anyone? Getting crickets.
I'll change my opinion if the evidence suits it. My opinion's not set in stone or anything.
Well, let's back up a little bit. If you believe strongly, after having this discussion, that you're right, are you going to change your opinion so that everybody can go home?
I mean, there'd be a lot of peer pressure. I could see that. I mean, me personally, my opinion goes out in the publication and all kinds of stuff. That we stake our reputation on that as PhDs. So only good concrete facts really change my opinion.
So, short answer would be no, you wouldn't change your opinion.
No.
Would anyone change their opinion so that they could go home? I'm getting shake. Okay, great. Are there topics that you should not discuss when you're back in the jury room? Anyone want to volunteer an example?
Anything you may have heard secondhand inadvertently through somebody, work, home.
What about whether the defendant should testify? Is that something that you should discuss there? What does it mean if the defendant doesn't testify? You discuss that. Number 7, should you discuss that the prosecutor decided to charge Mrs. Abelson? Well, you said earlier that if we've gotten this far, that it means something, right? Should that be something that you discuss?
No, I just think that's something that gets us to the trial. The only thing we're discussing is what happens in the trial.
Does it matter clothing I wear or my client wears? Is that something that you should discuss back there? Trying to find somebody to pick on for this. Number 13. Can you give me an issue of something that's, an example of circular reasoning?
It's an argument that plays back upon itself. So the argument is used as the evidence or proof that the argument is true.
I'm going to give you an example, too. I like that. I don't think everyone's going to agree with me on this, but good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys, or gals. Therefore, law enforcement officers are good, I'm sorry. Let me back up. Good guys don't make mistakes. Law enforcement officers are good guys. I'm a law enforcement officer. Therefore, I don't make mistakes. Circular? It's not accurate, is it? Do we want to avoid that type of reasoning when you're deliberating? Anyone disagree with that? Does anyone think that law enforcement officer who testifies over somebody who's not a law enforcement officer? No. Number 17. When you're back there, would you be deliberating if you automatically accepted as truthful without the exercise of any skepticism the testimony of a law enforcement officer? Would you automatically believe testimony of a law enforcement officer without exercising any skepticism?
No.
You wouldn't be deliberating, would you? They tell you. You got to question what is said to you, what is presented. I agree with that. Just going to accept what is presented by the witnesses. Anybody? Good. Now, when you're deliberating, you have concluded conversations. Right? You said that you're capable of standing your ground, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what about the reverse? You go back there, you believe steadfast in your position, but then somebody else adds something that you hadn't considered, and then consider that as part of your deliberative process.
Yeah, that's the whole goal. Sure.
One of the instructions that you'll get from the court says that you should use your common sense. Is common sense a process, or is it a result? Let's see, who do I want to for this one? Number 2.
Why say it's a process?
And so if common sense is a process, should you automatically accept the state's conclusions without discussing? What should you do?
Common sense might be common, but it's not always the answer. So that's something different. So you need to be skilled with everything.
Saying if someone's common sense result, their process leads them to one conclusion, but your common sense process leads you to another, how do you resolve that? Or can it
go back to what you would assume is common, the common part of it on, like what do you actually think is so reasonable about it?
Thank you.
Number 26. Go ahead.
I don't think we can, in all fairness, always trust our common sense, because I think we all have to say with common sense, but whatever our common sense is telling us.
Fair. Does anyone agree with that? Getting some nods. Anyone disagree with it? Now, I want you to understand is what's going to be necessary as you are evaluating the evidence. Ms. Kappelman asked, how do you determine someone's... It's not just... Does somebody always say what they intend to happen?
Yeah, that's part of it, but how they would benefit from it, different outcome, body language, what they're telling you, and weigh that against other evidence and what other witnesses say.
Now, what's clear is throughout the case, everyone understand that you don't reach a conclusion until you don't start deliberating until after all the evidence. Okay, so when you get to that point, all the evidence then have the opportunity to go back and discuss what the evidence means. Does everyone understand that? Shaking the heads, yes. Now, if the state establishes that there's a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel, and that Daniel Markel is dead, does that mean that it was done by the criminal act of my client? You need to be able to separate my client from the other individuals. Does everyone understand that? Ms. Kappelman discussed it earlier. States are going to have to establish conscious intent for if that happens. How do you determine if the state can prove that?
There would have to be some sort of
Now, in the principal instructions, the state's not going to have to prove that Mrs. Adelson was present. Have you heard the term guilt by association? Anybody? Shaking the head, yes. Now, there's testimony that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, was convicted. Does that mean, does that mean that my client has any of that she is guilty? Shaking your head, no. Anybody saying yes? Is that conclusive in any way concerning Mrs. Adelson? Shaking of the heads. The fact.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. The fact that my client's son, Charlie Adelson, has been convicted of these charges. That's something that you're going to consider when determining whether or not my client is guilty.
Sitting here right now, no, but if the state uses some sort of, it would just be determined on the states. That would have to be considered.
So what you're saying is the to her son's actions.
Sure, yeah, just can't do that.
Does everyone agree with that?
Yes.
Anyone disagree? Just because he's been convicted doesn't mean that my client before we approached, we were discussing other people's responsibility. There's only one person that's going to be on trial here. Does everyone understand and agree that your feelings about anybody else and whether or not they have any responsibility have nothing to do with Mrs. Adelson's responsibility? Everyone can separate that. Focus your conversations only on Mrs. Adelson. Does everyone agree? Let's see. Somebody with older children. Number 11, I'm going to pick on you again. Kids ever lie to you when they were growing up? Say it again.
Absolutely. pretty good kids, so normally they felt guilty enough to come tell me to me. But typically, as a parent, it's fairly easy to pick up on what that was. But
So your children are adults now.
correct.
They ever lie to you as adults?
Oh, I'm sure they do. A few times.
Number 16. How do people react when they're scared?
Very much on the person. So.
Some people don't react the same.
Sorry?
People don't react the same when they're scared.
Correct.
Everyone agree with that?
Yes.
You know, I grew up in Miami and had a friend who's after Hurricane Andrew. He quickly discovered he didn't like that type of attention. Hot light and they didn't want to be there. Number 16, you're shaking your head yes. You've been in the spotlight before, you didn't want to be there?
Was on. Yes, a little bit. Like when I was a child, I was on local news and got very shy there.
Okay. You wanted to get away, right? Right. Understand that that feeling you want to get away from unwanted attention? Yes. Now I'm going to ask you something I don't normally ask anybody. By a show of hands, anyone familiar with Judaism? Thank you. Are there important life events Jewish children? Was your grandmother at yours?
I'm not.
Oh, okay. My grandmother was at mine. I'm going to bring up something else that's a little unique. And who was familiar with Judaism? Okay. Let's see. Number 12? That's you? Oh, 14. I don't know why I can't keep this straight. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm going to skip that. Let's see. During the course of the trial, there are going to be some photographs shown of Mr. Markel. Nobody? Number 9? Can you talk to us about that?
Fairly squeamish about that kind of stuff. I'm not passing out the sight of blood, but other stuff that are more gruesome is just a bit unsettling.
Is that something that you wouldn't be able to review that evidence? Okay. Is that going to impact your ability to be fair in evaluating that evidence?
No, sir.
I want to ask a somewhat provocative point in time. Does anyone here believe the state actually knows? Anybody?
Say that again.
Do you believe the state knows what happened? Sure. As we sit here today, now remember, prosecutors were not witnesses to this case, correct? They are going to present arguments to you. We see, or do they believe what happened? Understand the distinction? Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Two heads are better than one, becomes three heads are better than one, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cappleman, do you need to make any inquiry of Juror 26?
Ma'am, were you able to follow the discussion when I was doing the as far as we talked about principal theory, we talked about, I gave my circumstantial evidence demonstration with the cheesy donut example. Anything to interject? So much at this point, you can't harken back that far.
I was listening. I couldn't say it. You know, I would always consider a person's character when I, as to whether I believe them or not believe them.
So in the context of oh, you're going to hear from some witnesses who've been convicted of felonies, having that thought?
I try to be open-minded, and I think there are all kinds of people, everyone, so I don't want to prejudge a person because the evidence and decide from that point.
Okay, so can we agree then that all those type of characteristics or character, as you said, are something to consider? They're not the end all be all, and you can keep an open. Does it fit with the other evidence?
I think considering
Okay, as opposed to being a person that, oh, I hear they're a felon, I'm done. I can't hear anything they have to say. Anything else during my time up here where you were bursting at the seams to share something with me? Okay, thank you, nothing further.
At this point, can join me in the jury room along with the court reporter. For everyone else that is going to remain in the courtroom at this case with each other or anyone else, if you do need to stretch your leg or use the restroom, you may do so, but you do need to return to the room. We're in courtroom 3G. No one is to take a tour of the courthouse by themselves. Please come back to courtroom legs if you need to. If the parties can please join me in the room.
General Pam Bondi. We are providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's health? The report said that it was from sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information? Do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had, and the important point, they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election. They would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report, prior to the election, to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Dr. Gabbard, we thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time today. I know we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals that the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and we had the Philippines as well. The president announcing all three. He came in as the closer in all three of those. I've said many times from this podium that the president's trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know three of them, and there's many, many more to go. We have now sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate this Japan deal, at home who may have missed it, Japan will now pay a 15% tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%, but the centerpiece of this deal now is the president got Japan to commit to $5 in investments to revitalize American industries, and these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as building, and the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made, $1 billion fund. This was originally a President Trump negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $500 for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors in American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and for precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation is with you, and we will never forget the precious were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, especially the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is not the United States wins the AI race, which is why today President Trump will intensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The president will also sign 3 executive orders at the noon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Starmer to refine the U.S.-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers being broken down. These countries around the world are agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis to make America affordable again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including tips, overtime, Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our military, another campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, as well as brokering a historic agreement between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The president has already received 3 different Nobel Peace Prize nominations for his peacemaking efforts. Again, all accomplishments have occurred in just 6 months. We are truly just getting started, and we look forward to working with all of you for the next 3.5 years. On another matter, over the past few days, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has unveiled shocking new evidence that former President Barack Obama and top aides in the Obama administration conspired to subvert President Trump's 2016 election victory and undermine the democratic will of the American people. While publicly pretending to engage in a peaceful transfer of power, in private, former President Obama went to great lengths to try to sow discord among the public and sabotage his successor, President Trump. The new evidence released by the Director of National Intelligence, who is here with me today, confirms that the Obama administration manufactured, politicized intelligence, which was for baseless smears of Trump in an effort to try to legitimize his victory before he even took the oath of office. The truth is that President Trump never had anything to do with Russia, and the Russia collusion hoax was a massive fraud perpetuated on the American people from the very beginning. And the worst part of this is Obama knew that truth, and so did all of the other corrupt officials involved in this scam, including former CIA Director John Brennan, former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, former FBI Director James Comey, former Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, and many others. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard's report further confirms what we already knew. There was no collusion, no corruption, except on the part of Barack Obama and the weaponized intelligence agencies at the time. The Russia hoax was a blatant lie, all ginned up by Democrat political operatives that were signed off on by then President Obama and leaked to the news media to launch a years-long witch hunt against President Trump and his first administration. Allies of the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., were disgustingly smeared as Russian assets, and some even had their lives destroyed because of this vicious lie. The president's first 2 years in office had this fake distraction hanging over it, and endless resources, time, and political capital were spent having to debunk these lies from the highest levels of our government. Now, nearly 10 years later, thanks to the declassification of documents by Director Gabbard, the truth has finally come to light. And this truth vindicates President Trump, his family, and his many allies and associates who were smeared with defamatory lies. President Trump was right from the beginning about all of this, and we are grateful that justice can be served. Now, we have even more damning evidence implicating those who tried to sabotage a duly elected president and real harm to our republic. Thanks to additional important work done by CIA Director Ratcliffe, Committee Chairman Rick Crawford over the past few months, a newly declassified 2020 report prepared by the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which DNI Director Gabbard has declassified, found that the intel community did not have any direct information that Russian President Vladimir Putin wanted to help elect President Trump in 2016. And in fact, Russia was actively preparing for a Hillary Clinton victory. But at the unusual direction of Barack Obama at the time, the intel community published implausible intelligence suggesting otherwise. Why? To sabotage the incoming president. This is truly one of the greatest political scandals in American history. And reporters at legacy outlets, some of which are sitting in this room today, like the New York Times and the Washington Post, were ridiculously awarded Pulitzer Prizes for their perpetuation of this hoax. It's well past time for those awards to be stripped from the journalists who receive them. It is not journalism to propagate political disinformation in service of the Democrat Party and those in the intelligence community who hand over out of context and fake intelligence to push a false political narrative. I will now pass it over to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, to speak more about all of this, and then we will open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination with the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified Oversight Majority Staff report that was produced in September of 2020. The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee's majority oversight report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the U.S. democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back from leaking compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered, John Brennan, who was CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered, in exchange for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump. Including this intelligence reporting would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests. As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts, pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created an intelligence community assessment limited to just 5 analysts using one principal drafter. This is not something that occurs in the normal path of producing an intelligence community assessment that reflects the views across the intelligence community. The production of this intelligence community assessment was subject to unusual directives directly from the president and senior political appointees, especially the former director of the CIA, John Brennan. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report also shows how later that same day, on December 9th, Brennan ordered the publication of quote-unquote substandard reporting on Russian activities, which had previously been withheld from publication of prior assessments because the information was judged, quote, to have not met long-standing publication standards. Some of the information later used in the Obama-ordered assessment over the objections of veteran CIA officers was quote-unquote unclear or from unknown sources. The Intelligence Committee's oversight report reveals that CIA Director Brennan overruled senior CIA officers who challenged the Obama-ordered intelligence assessment, stating, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted to get Trump elected. Yet, the Obama-directed assessment was published on January 6, 2017, which explicitly stated, quote, we assess Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorably to him, end of quote. The CIA and FBI, then led by John Brennan and James Comey, expressed high confidence in this judgment, while the NSA expressed moderate confidence. Yet, as the report we released today shows, the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, did not cite any report where Putin indicated helping Trump win was an objective. The opposite is true. With regards to the Steele dossier, we now know that one of the source documents that the Obama administration used in the creation of this intelligence assessment in January of 2017 was none other than the discredited, unverified Steele dossier. The House Intel report states, quote, contradicting public claims by then CIA Director Brennan that the dossier was not in any way incorporated into this intelligence assessment. The dossier was referenced in the intelligence assessment's main body text and further detailed in a 2-page assessment annex. John Brennan lied, and he denied using this dossier in this intelligence assessment that President Obama ordered because he knew it was discredited. It was a politically motivated, manufactured document. He directed senior CIA officials to use it anyway. A CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee staff as they investigated this, quote, the director of the CIA, John Brennan, and when confronted with the dossier's many flaws, responded, quote, yes, true. Even the bipartisan Senate Select Committee on Intelligence report published in 2020 criticized the FBI's handling of the Steele dossier, noting its completely unverified nature and purposeful sidestepping of intelligence community procedures in its use. Now, President Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, and others, including their mouthpieces in the media, knowingly lied as they repeated the contrived narrative that was created in this January 2017 intelligence community assessment with high confidence as though it were fact. John Brennan, as CIA director, stated in a memo to his agency staff in December of 2016, saying, quote, there is strong consensus among us on the scope, nature, and intent of Russian interference in our presidential election. election. This was reported by confirming that Brennan, along with James Clapper and James Comey, agreed with the CIA's assessment that Russia intervened to help Trump win the presidency. As Obama's Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper was tasked with overseeing the creation of this assessment in January of 2017 by President Obama, and he expressed confidence in its findings. In a 2018 interview with the Harvard Gazette, he talked about how he provided Trump with the same classified assessment that President Obama received, which included the high confidence judgment that Putin directly ordered the hacking and election interference. Clapper then went on to add, "I think they, the Russians, actually influenced the outcome." This is a brief summary of the details that you'll find within the House Majority Staff's report in their investigation into the Obama-directed January 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment. That leads us to the very same conclusion that we announced in the release of our documents on Friday. The implications of this are far-reaching and have to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. It has to do with an outgoing president taking action to manufacture intelligence, to undermine and usurp the will of the American people in that election, and launch what would be a years-long coup against the incoming President of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tulsi. And we do want to take questions on this topic while the director has time for this topic. She will leave. I'm happy to take questions on other matters after that. But if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former President Obama?
Correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Two questions, but to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I am not an attorney. When you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well that also concluded no political interference. So help us, from a 50,000-foot level, explain, what do you now have that refutes those two conclusions?
I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, pages that point in multiple references, multiple examples, to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals who are some still working within these agencies today that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence and you will know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week.
This isn't the first time that President Trump of the United States, he was president from 2017 to 2021. Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration and have released the results upon the conclusion of our investigation.
And then my second question has to do with what intelligence agencies around the world have said about Russia, that they have tried to influence elections in the United States, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to influence elections?
I'll point back to the intelligence that President Trump has ordered declassified, that we have declassified and released, that the intelligence reflects Russia's motives were to try to sow discord and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from showing a preference for or against a specific candidate, which is what the Obama manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump's election and therefore subvert the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan. Thanks, Caroline. Director Gabbard, Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
One more. Maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people, Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believe, and it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Thank you. Question for Director Gabbard. A spokesperson for former President Obama said in a statement earlier this week, quote, "Nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes." How do you respond to critics like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of actual hacking of voter machines and allegations of interference generally?
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office and others who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing these documents. They are doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and our democratic republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring Obama administration officials and even potentially the former president is just more weaponization and this is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it would and could then be used for all of the actions that came after.
Caroline, and I would just add there for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen, and no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think, it's very disingenuous for people to say of former President Obama about this based on evidence and based on intelligence when the former president of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided when he was forced to sit in a Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed when he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Now the president is back because the American people see the truth. Nearly 80 million Americans reelected him back to this office, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability, and I think the nearly 80 million Americans who reelected him agree with that. Caitlin.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard just on this. Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this, including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Community, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president, the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians, all of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow distrust and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the President of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? And then we'll turn it over to a couple other questions. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Director Gabbard, 2 follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them reports to you right now, if I'm not mistaken, John Ratcliffe. So have you not spoken to him about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate this. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light. And as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides treason?
I think that's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's powerful the report said that it was from sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information? Do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had. And the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report, prior to the election to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time today. I know you're a busy woman,
Thank
so
you.
we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay. I know there's many issues going on today across the world and here at home. If you have any other further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ed, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. So the Japan trade deal, is that Japan trade deal the start of this number of trade deals that the Treasury Secretary says we're going to see by August 1st?
I think it is. I mean, as you said, we had Japan yesterday. We also had Indonesia, and We had the Philippines as well. The president in all three. He came in the closer in all three of those. Said many times from this podium that the Finch trade team has been in active talks and discussions with many countries around the world, and you've all been anxiously awaiting what those countries were. Now you know three of them, and there's many more to go. We have now sent 25 letters to countries around the world. But just to reiterate this Japan deal, for those at home who may have missed it, Japan will now pay a 15% tariff versus the reciprocal rate of 24% that they initially had. Auto and auto parts tariffs have been reduced to 15%, but the centerpiece of this deal now is the president got Japan to commit to $550 billion in investments to revitalize American industries. And these funds will be spent at President Trump's discretion and direction into key industries such as energy, semiconductors, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, and shipbuilding. And the U.S. will retain 90% of the profits from any investments made by this $550 billion fund. This was originally a $400 billion investment that President Trump then negotiated to an increase of $150 billion, making it a $550 billion deal for the American people. And I just want to emphasize, Ed, I see you have a follow-up, but it's very important. Japan has agreed to open their markets to many very key sectors in American-made products that have really faced very strict tariff and for precious souls. We are so sorry for the grief and the pain you have experienced at the hands of such a vicious and evil killer. Our nation grieves with you, and we will never forget the precious souls who were lost in this horrific act of evil. If it were up to the president, he would have forced this monster to publicly explain why he chose to steal these innocent souls. May God bless and watch over everyone affected by this unimaginable tragedy, the parents who lost their children. Let me begin with a few scheduling items off the top. Later this afternoon, President Trump will deliver the keynote address at the Winning the AI Race Summit here in Washington, D.C. President Trump believes it is non-negotiable that the United States wins the AI race, which is why today, President Trump will announce a bold and comprehensive AI action plan to sustain and enhance America's global AI dominance. Under President Trump's leadership, our country will lead the world in AI to secure a brighter future for all Americans, massively grow our economy, and protect our national security. The president will also sign 3 executive orders at the event this afternoon. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel to Scotland for a working visit that will include a bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Starmer to refine the historic U.S.-UK trade deal. On the topic of trade, yesterday, President Trump accomplished something no other president has ever achieved. The president secured and announced 3 major trade deals with the Philippines, Indonesia, and Japan, all in one day. President Trump is finally putting a stop to our country getting ripped off. As a result of the president's successful negotiating tactics, many foreign markets are now being opened to American industries for the very first time, and harmful trade barriers are being broken down. Thanks to President Trump, these countries around the world are agreeing to open their markets to American-made products and goods for the first time, which will lead to a boom in sales and profits for American businesses right here at home. As President Trump said, he will only lower tariff rates if a country agrees to open their market to American-made products. If not, they will continue to face tariffs and pay a steep price to do business in the United States of America, which remains the best market on the face of the planet. Also this week, the president officially marked 6 months here at the White House. He made big promises to the American people on the campaign trail last year, and he has unquestionably delivered on those promises in record time. The president has defeated the Biden inflation crisis, again. Core inflation is currently at its lowest level in 4 years, and prices for everyday goods are falling. The president's pro-growth policies have fueled massive job growth across our country. Since the president has taken office, our economy has added nearly 700,000 new jobs, with native-born American workers accounting for all job gains. The president has put the economic needs of families and of workers first. He signed the largest tax cuts for the middle class in American history, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. We have also seen the president unquestionably deliver on his promise to secure our southern border. He has ended Biden's illegal alien invasion, and for 2 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. The president has also, as you all know, initiated the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. The president has also restored law and order to make America safe again, another campaign promise he vowed to the American public. The United States of America is currently on track for its lowest murder rate on record, following this shift from the last administration to the Trump administration. The president has also ended Joe Biden's reckless war on American energy. U.S. oil and natural gas production are now surging, and summer gas prices reached their lowest level since 2021. The president has also rebuilt our campaign promise. He just signed the largest military investment in decades to modernize our armed forces with cutting-edge technology to replenish our stockpiles and provide American troops with the best equipment in the world. The U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force have all reached their recruitment goals months in advance. The president has restored America's standing on the world stage, brought back peace through strength, and brokered numerous peace agreements to end wars. Again, all of this in just 6 months. He obliterated Iran's nuclear program to end the war between Israel and Iran, got NATO members to raise their defense spending to 5% of GDP, and secured
down and more across the 30 or the 45 down to the 41.
And we think that is Crookshank.
That's correct.
Number 80. A nice catch and put his head down and took it all the way to the Pirate 40-yard line. Moved the sticks again for the Mavericks.
Most underrated pass route, I think, in high school, a 5-yard hitch. You drive your guy off, you're going to be open. You got somebody athletic, you got 5 yards plus, probably about 8, 9 more. You know,
especially don't quarterbacks love a 5-yard hitch when your receiver's 6'5".
Yep. Absolutely.
it's pretty helpful right there.
So 2 receivers split wide to the left. First down, Marshall at the Pirate 40 from the right hash. Kyler Thompson will be under center here rather. He's got a back behind him.
It's number 30 at the back.
Takes the snap, hands it off. Oh, big hole to the outside. He'll make one man miss. So the Pirates close on that pretty quickly. It'll be a gain of about 2.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go for naught, and then he gains almost 2 on his own.
Yeah, give him 2.
So 2nd down and 8 for Marshall from the Pine Tree 38-yard line. The Mavs lead, if you're keeping score, 3-1 tonight. They've scored on every one of their offensive possessions. The Pirates have scored on 1 of their 3 offensive possessions. And Marshall moving down the field right here. 2nd and 8 from the Pirate 38. A beautiful day.
It really is. The heat is not near as hot as it was on Tuesday. It was.
Especially not in here.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to Glenn, he got the portacool back there working.
It needed to be that the water needed to be dumped, and it's flowing cold air again.
So 2nd and 8. It'll be Thompson under center here. One receiver split wide each side. Handoff going right side. That's
Nothing.
number 30. Nothing there for him.
Yeah, he hit the hole hard, but there just wasn't much of a hole to hit, and Pine Tree brought him down they're going to leave him at the 38-yard line, so it'll be no gain there on that 2nd down play.
So this is one of those 2 plays for 8-yard kind of things in the regular season. Now, in the scrimmage format, if you don't pick it up here, they may make you go back. I don't
Right.
know. But
I
in
think
the
you gotta-
regular season, this is one of those deals where you're like, if you pick up 5 or 6 yards, that's good. You got
Yeah,
options then.
That's right. We
Typically
would go
in a-
for that.
Yeah, typically in a scrimmage, I think if you get inside the 30, you get to have 4 downs instead of 3.
Yeah. Here.
So big play here for down and 8. Let's see if the Mavs can stay perfect.